Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome back to the live stream. All right, it is currently 2:33 a.m. and today's date is the 3rd of January 2025. It is the third day, y'all. We are here. The year has started. How do you feel right now? Are you feeling good? You feeling good? You feeling blessed? Okay, I know a lot has been going on. Okay, a lot has been going on just this past 2, 3 days of 2025. Most people are feeling like, God, we just started a new year with another tragedy. However, stay positive, okay? Stay positive. This has been happening from the beginning of time, okay? Bad news always come, but as well, if you look around, you can find the good as well, okay? So just focus on the good. I just try to bring you guys the updates around the nation. However, it's like there are other good things going on in the United States as well, okay? Um so don't feel like things are going bad and you can you cannot just catch a break. You know what? You can. Okay? So take a deep breath, relax, breathe, okay? This is why I titled my stream today Greatness is almost here, ladies and gentlemen. Greatness is almost here. Don't be discouraged. Don't feel down. Don't feel like you cannot catch a break. There's always light at the end of the tunnel. Don't forget that. Never ever forget that. Never stop going. Never stop pushing forward. Never stop believing in yourself. God got you, man. God got you in 2025. Okay. I just wanted to do a little spiel for you guys before we get started. And yeah, more situations, okay? More situations in the United States. More situations today. But yeah, let's get to it. Okay, here goes commander in chief for right now until 17 days. Okay, because we're gonna have a new commander in chief. Okay, new commander in chief is coming, and that's why I titled this stream "Greatness Will Soon Be Here." And by greatness will soon be here, I mean the next commander in chief, who everybody knows, goes by the name the 45th, now the 47th, the OG, the legendary, the Don, Donald J. Trump. Okay? It's coming in 17 days, so stay strong, stay focused, never quit. Okay? Never quit, never quit. Here goes Joe Biden delivering a remark on securing 235 judicial confirmations. I tell you, man.
Shaping the everyday lives of Americans, protecting our basic freedoms. You never thought we'd be talking about this. Defending constitutional liberties, respecting the idea precedent matters. Precedent matters. These judges will be independent, they'll be fair, and they'll be impartial. And they'll respect the rule of law. And most importantly, I know it sounds, I never thought I'd be saying this, they'll uphold the Constitution. They'll uphold the Constitution. When I ran for president, I made a promise that I'd have a bench that looks like America, that taps into the full talents of this nation. And I'm proud we've kept our commitment with the help of these two men and many others, bolstering confidence in judicial decision-making and outcomes. We have a record number of judges with backgrounds and experiences that have long been overlooked in the federal judiciary, like advocates for civil rights, workers' rights, immigrant rights, and so much more. The first former public defender to sit in the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. We also have continued to put forward men and women who have been prosecutors and plaintiffs' attorneys, which has been a distant past of courts. No matter who they are or where they come from, all these appointees understand the role of a judge and are committed to the rule of law, the institutional safeguards built into our Constitution that upholds the rights and guarantees of the Constitution. I've appointed the most demographically diverse slate of judicial nominees ever in the history of America.
What?
That represents all of America and the best of America. There's numerous historic firsts. The first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. I made that promise and we kept it. More black women in the courts of appeals than every other previous administration in American history combined. Combined. Other historic firsts, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, Muslim Americans. The list goes on. But the point is, for the first time in a long, long time, we have a bench that looks like and represents all of America. All of America. And a special thank again to Leader Schumer and Chair Durbin, working tirelessly to move these nominations through the committee and onto the Senate floor in a very, I think it's not an understatement, it's a very contentious political period in American history. I remember, think about it, one vote majority. I mean, it's amazing what they did. Other senators, Democrats and Republicans alike, work with my administration to fill vacancies in their states. You know,
I don't know, man. The thing about Joe Biden is when he talks about helping and making sure his administration is diverse, at this point, nobody cares, okay? It's about the goodness of your heart, which nobody actually cares about the goodness of your heart. It's what you actually do. That's what you are being judged by. What have you done? Okay. Look at your track record. All right. Doing things like appointing people to, um, into your administration or as a judge because they are from a different race or whatever makes you a good guy doesn't make you a good guy. Okay. That's like you're trying to clean all the dirt, but that won't work. It's about what you've done this 4 years. You haven't done something tangible that we would say, man, yeah, we would forever remember Joe Biden for doing this great thing. What has he done? Democrats are going to say, the CHIPS Act and infrastructure. That's all they look. That's all they talk about. The CHIPS Act and infrastructure. Which what did that do? An Inflation Reduction Act. That's all they're going to talk about. Those three things, which is a disaster in my opinion.
all these Republican senators, they weren't sending me Democratic nominees. They were sending Republican nominees.
There you go.
But we got sort of back to the basics, finding basic commitment to civil rights, civil liberties. Whether it was your counterpart and the leader of the Republican Party in Kentucky or wherever, we've got people who understand the institutional limitations and safeguards in the Constitution.
Man, this guy need to go chill somewhere because at this point, nobody cares. All right, let me go to the chat. Let me go to the chat. Where are my people in the chat? Let me see. Who do we have here? Let me see. All right, shout out to. Let me see. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Ellie. Thank you for joining the membership one more time, Ellie. You know what time it is. God bless you. All right. So, of course, I know you guys have heard about the tragedy going on across the United States. A lot is going on. I don't know if you guys have heard, but I know you guys have heard about New Orleans because we streamed yesterday about New Orleans. I also want you guys to know that in California there was a plane crash. Okay, yeah, there was a plane crash in California, and and I know you guys have heard about the Tesla explosion because we spoke about it yesterday.
Good morning.
There's just a lot going on at this point. However, stay positive. Don't let all of this get into your head. This is what is going on. I have to bring you the update, but don't let all of this stuff get into your head and think everything going on in the United States is just a bunch of bad news. It's not a bunch of bad news. It's just what is going on right now. Okay. We just finished celebrating Christmas and New Year. So, things are gonna pop up, okay? And this January is gonna be, hell of a work because the 45th, now the 47th president elect is going to get here in 17 days. So, Just calm down. Greatness, okay? Greatness will be here soon. All right, just relax, breathe. But I still got to bring the updates to you. Okay. I still have to bring you the updates. All right. Listen to what FBI is talking about concerning the updates on Bourbon Street attack in New Orleans. And don't forget, the Sugar Bowl actually kicked off today, but according to them, they have more security. It's like, why didn't you secure the people before the Sugar Bowl came into play? But look, a lot of people are gonna get fired. That's for sure.
I am FBI Deputy Assistant Director Christopher Rea. I'm from our Counterterrorism Division at headquarters. I'm also joined by Assistant Special Agent in Charge Alethea Duncan from our New Orleans office, who you heard from yesterday. I'm here to discuss not only the latest investigative information we have here in New Orleans, but I'll also let you know about other investigative activities outside of the state. I first, and most importantly, want to send our deepest condolences to the victims of this horrific attack and their loved ones. 14 innocent victims were killed in this senseless attack, and at least 35 are injured. We cannot ease the grief people in this community and across the nation are feeling at this time, but rest assured, we stand with you and in support of you. All the resources, and I'm going to go into that a little bit later, all the resources of the FBI are being focused on tracking down every piece of evidence, every lead, every interview, every potential lead we've got. While I won't be able to answer all your questions today, my goal is to be as forthcoming as possible with you on what we've uncovered so far. First and foremost, let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. This was obviously a critical incident, and with that, lots of information and tips come pouring in from law enforcement, first responders, and the public. We have been aggressively running down these tips and information. As you all know, that takes time, and we will continue to do so until every lead has been followed through on. This investigation is only a little more than 24 hours old. So I ask you to keep in mind that as I go through some of the specifics later. But at this point, currently, and this is another fact I want to be clear on, we do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsa Din Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on. A little bit about what the FBI is doing. So we are surging people and assets to the area from across the region and across the nation. Special agents in multiple field offices across the country have been deployed and are assisting with potential aspects of this investigation and following up on every lead. Additional teams of special agents, professional staff, and victim specialists continue to arrive to provide more investigative power and assistance to the victims and their families. We've also forward deployed a number of our critical incident response group assets, including members of our hostage rescue team, special agent bomb technicians, and crisis management coordinators. In addition, we have deployed more evidence response technicians to continue to process the various scenes that we have. So far, we have received just over 400 tips from the public, and that information is being followed up on both here in New Orleans and across the country. Some of the tips are here in New Orleans, and there are other tips in other states across the country that we are following up on. The FBI team and our law enforcement partners here are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance and other video from both the French Quarter and other locations. As for a timeline, at this point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS.
Damn.
There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are time-stamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament. FBI and ATF. FBI, we have a couple different scenes at the location. We have released the scene at Bourbon Street. That scene has been released.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. All right, so if you're just tuning in, this right here is an update that is going on across the nation. If you guys haven't heard about the New Orleans terrorist attack, this guy Abdul Jabbar, who was shot on sight after he took about 15 people's lives and about 30 people injured, including law officers. And so this is Christopher Arai, FBI Deputy Assistant Director, giving the updates. But we're gonna go through a lot of topic today. It's just day 3 into the new year, and you already have New Orleans. You already have the Tesla explosion due to the fireworks that was inside, and both of these guys were military. Okay, United States military. All right, United States military, and they also got this car on a car rental app called Turo. Okay, so the Ford is probably a Ford F-150, I don't know, but it's a truck. The guy in New Orleans, he got the truck from Turo. I know some of you have rented cars on Turo. I have, and it's pretty affordable to rent cars on Turo. And yeah, the guy who exploded himself in the Cybertruck in front of Trump's store in Las Vegas also got his Cybertruck on Turo. So they're trying to see if it's correlated, but now it's like, okay, it's not correlated, but then you never know. They're both military guys, both got the cars on Turo, and the guy in New Orleans had IEDs in his truck, and the guy in the Tesla in Las Vegas also had explosives in his car. The difference is the Tesla actually exploded, but the truck in New Orleans just um, hit people, hit a lot of people, killed a lot of people, started shooting when he got out. But I guess he didn't get enough time to detonate the IEDs in his car. And they also found ISIS flag in the guy's car in New Orleans. So if you're just tuning in, this is what we're talking about. And also, don't forget, we're also going to cover the plane crash that just happened in California. In case you don't know, you're hearing it here first. A plane crash has happened in California. A lot of plane crash. Look, just stay positive, okay, while we do this, because I don't want you to think everything is going bad. This is just me giving you the updates, okay? But don't be negative. Just stay positive. Enjoy the show, and let's get it.
We also have a scene off of Mandeville address where we're currently searching that scene right now. FBI and ATF agents have secured that.
Shout out to Luke. Thank you for tuning in. Luke and Ellie, God bless you. Thank you for tuning in.
House, and that location is being searched for potential evidence. On New Year's morning, Jabbar opened fire after ramming through a blocked-off area of Bourbon Street, used his truck as a weapon to run over the victims. Teams of specially trained victim specialists, again, as I said, are on the ground here in New Orleans, assisting survivors of the attack and loved ones of the deceased. We do not believe the public is in any danger around any of these locations.
Of course.
3 phones linked to Jabbar have been recovered, and digital media exploitation is a priority to see what is on the devices and determine if there are any other potential leads. Additionally, we have recovered 2 laptops and are currently reviewing them for any potential leads. Those laptops were recovered at the Mandeville address. Evidence technicians will also be going over the F-150 truck Jabbar was driving. As you know, we recovered an ISIS flag from the back of the vehicle. Jabbar declared his support for the terrorist group on social media, as I stated before, as he made his way to New Orleans. FBI bomb technicians also recovered 2 IEDs in coolers, one from the cross-section of Bourbon and Orleans Street, and the second at an intersection approximately 2 blocks away. There were multiple reports of other devices. Those reports turned out to be misinformation or not actual functioning devices. Those are the only 2 devices that we've been able to recover that were functional. Both devices were rendered safe on scene. We did obtain surveillance footage showing Jabbar placing the devices where they were found. Two other, as I said before, 2 other items of interest were.
Okay, this is something I want to talk about, okay? Do you guys think that okay, everybody in the chat, I want you to react. Do you guys think that both men being military has anything to do with this whatever chaos is going on with wokeness that is going on in the military? Do you think has anything to do with the wokeness going on in the military? Because both of these guys, the guy in the Tesla who actually, the news, according to the updates we're getting right now, is he actually shot himself before the Tesla exploded in front of Trump's store in Las Vegas. Active military guy. Now the guy in New Orleans is like a military veteran. So what is going on exactly? Both men being military. What does this say about the United States military? I'm just asking, what does this say?
Determined not to be IEDs. A little bit about Jabbar. Jabbar himself was born in the United States and is a U.S. military veteran. We are looking in everything in his life. While we have interviewed many people who know Jabbar, we still need to talk to others. Whether you know Jabbar personally, worked with him, served in the military, or saw him in New Orleans or Texas, we need to talk to you. You may not think you have relevant information, but what you know could tie in to one of our investigative leads. Specifically, we want to talk to anyone who was in the French Quarter on New Year's Eve or early on New Year's Day. That includes people spotted near one of the 2 IEDs on Bourbon Street. The IED was inside a cooler, and many people stopped and looked at the cooler and then continued on their way. Let's be clear, again, we do not believe at this point these people are involved in this incident in any way. We want to speak to them as witnesses and want to know what they saw and when. I went down to the crime scene last night. It is very hard to put into words what it looked like and how difficult it was to see. Anyone with information can call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or send digital tips to fbi.gov/Bourbon Street attack. Early this morning, evidence response teams finished their work at the crime scene. Bourbon Street has been turned over to the city of New Orleans. As you know, there's also an FBI investigation in Las Vegas. We are following up on all potential leads and not ruling everything out. However, at this point, there is no definitive link between the attack here in New Orleans and the one in Las Vegas. And again, I'll preface everything with what I started with in the beginning, which was this is very early in an investigation like this. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of this tragedy and everyone impacted across the country. They remain at the heart of our investigation. I also, although I've only been on the ground here a short time, I also want to express a sincere appreciation for our partners here, which include the U.S. Attorney's Office, HSI, ATF, the New Orleans PD, the Louisiana State Police, the Governor's Office, and countless others.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagna.
Well, there you have it. I think that was a really detailed whatever press conference he was giving. But we're gonna check more information right here. So this is more update on the Cybertruck explosion. We're still gonna go back to New Orleans.
We do have national security
let's check
analyst
this right
Al
here.
Kemper. He's standing by as well.
Possible if he was brought in. However, there are some things that are rather inconsistent with that as they go on. The bomb was rather limited considering his background and capabilities. He was a master sergeant in special forces. Certainly he knows a lot about.
All right. Let's check out the similarities between both guys, the New Orleans guys and the Las Vegas guys.
News alert, top of the hour to Las Vegas now, where police are updating on the Cybertruck explosion there. Let's listen.
Investigation involving the FBI, the ATF, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and these folks worked through the night and found a lot of stuff that is very useful for this investigation. As you look at this Cybertruck here, we had to transport this down to our fleet services so that we could really get through this thing. And I remind you that the subject inside wasn't able to be removed for a very long period of time because he was burnt beyond recognition. And so as we continue to move through this, I'm going to talk a little bit about his identity and what we believe, but I would like to highlight a couple of things that the teams found inside of the Cybertruck that are useful to the investigation. And that, first and foremost, is a military identification. We also found a passport. We found a Desert Eagle 50 caliber semi-automatic pistol. And if you'll notice on a lot of these guns that we're going to talk about here, they're almost just burnt beyond recognition as well. There's a SLR model B30 semi-automatic firearm, number of fireworks that were still in the vehicle that had to be removed. Notably, we found an iPhone and a smartwatch, and then several credit cards were.
Of course, the explosion in Las Vegas in front of Trump's store, obviously that's like a shade to Elon Musk and Trump. Whoever put this together, I don't know if it's just this guy in the Tesla Cybertruck who shot himself allegedly and then exploded the Cybertruck. I don't know if it's just the one doing this. He may have people working with him. Nobody knows at this point. However, it's like this incident in front of Trump's store is basically straight up a shade to Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Because it's like, I mean, what is this? Only reason why a Cybertruck would be parked in front of a Trump hotel and then explodes. They're trying to divide and conquer. This is my opinion, okay? It's not the gospel truth, but this is what I believe. Why would a Cybertruck, out of all the cars in the world, a Cybertruck was parked in front of the Trump store in the Trump hotel in Las Vegas, and then it explodes? They were hoping to do more damage. It was just thankfully the Cybertruck sort of kind of contained most of the explosions. So they're trying to divide Elon Musk from Donald Trump because Elon is not just the wealthiest man alive. He is a very smart person, common sense guy. He wants the best for the United States. He's helping the environment, saving astronauts from space that NASA could not save. The United States needs Elon Musk as much as Elon is an asset to the United States. Okay? Trump, the people gave Trump a mandate. Okay, the people give Trump a mandate, and then most people don't want to see that mandate fulfilled. They want distractions. They want him to be swayed. They want him to not be focused. This is why all of this is going on. And this is a prediction, okay? I know greatness is ahead. This is what I see for a fact, but a lot of stupid things like this will come to play. All right, it would happen. All of this kind of stuff will definitely happen, but hopefully, hopefully after January 20, there is increased measure of security around the United States because this has to stop.
Also, in the name of our subject. Our subject is 37-year-old Matthew Livelsberger. He's of Colorado Springs, Colorado, born July 22nd of 1987. Now, as you'll see here on a picture of his driver's license, let's see, the question really still remains.
Shout out to, yes. Shout out to DeLeon Fire. DeLeon Fire. Is it DeLion or DeLeon? Okay. I don't want to mispronounce your name. DeLion or DeLeon Fire. God bless you. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, sir. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. Also, we now have membership. So if you want to join the membership of this channel, the link is in the description below. It is only $4.99. So shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Luke. These are the two members on the stream right now. God bless you, both of y'all. And the Leon Fire, God bless you for the super chat. God bless you.
For me, and I know that there's a lot of you folks in the media that are identifying this person as the person in our vehicle. As I mentioned to you already, his body is burnt beyond recognition, and I do still not have confirmation 100% that that is the individual that was inside of our vehicle. And so as I'm calling it now, the subject or person of interest, I will not come back until I have the confirmation through DNA or medical records that this is indeed, in fact, the subject inside of the vehicle. Now, further complicating this identification of this individual, we also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head.
The Lion. Shout out to the Lion Fire. The Lion Fire. Now, somebody said in the chat that why does this year feel like it's the setup for something bad coming? I don't think so. I think all of this is just crap and distractions to kind of like make you scared of going out and pursuing your dreams. Look, this is what they did to Trump, trying to put this man in jail for years. Okay, that didn't happen. They had like what 2-3 assassination attempt on this man's life. That didn't happen. Now all of this chaos before his inauguration. My only suggestion here is on January 20, on the inauguration day, I want to see the National Guard on site. Okay, I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing. I want to see the National Guard on site because I don't want to hear no goddamn tragedy on the inauguration day. Okay, that man has to do the inauguration, place his hand on the Bible, do the whatever he has to do, and get into the White House and get this executive orders popping. Because that's the only thing that I'm thinking about, the inauguration day. All of this stuff is just, distractions. The inauguration day is the main issue, all right? Because now he's invited Xi Jinping and most leaders around the world. That day must be the most secured day in America. Probably ever.
Prior to the detonation of the vehicle. One of the handguns was found at his feet inside of the vehicle. Obviously, in how we're trying to identify him, and I'm feeling comfortable to give you this information, is a tremendous amount of substantial evidence to include he rented the Turo vehicle. There are 2 tattoos, one of which was on the stomach and one of which is on the arm, that we can see bits and pieces of it as in comparison to what it is that we now know he had on his body. That has given us a lot of confidence that this is, in fact, the same person, as well as the clearly obvious, which is the credit cards, the military identification, the passport. And then furthermore, as you'll see here in just a very short period of time, we tracked his movements from Colorado to Las Vegas.
Shout out to Luke. Luke says the managerial class is freaking out. Absolutely, because this man is coming here changing the whole landscape of politics in the United States. The way Trump's talk, the way Trump talks, the way he communicates to the people, he's talking directly to HVAC technician, plumbers, construction workers, truck drivers, electricians, welders. He's talking directly to these people, single moms, like directly to these people. And these managerial class, this elite, the super elites are like, they're looking at this man saying, you know what? I'm going to make credit card interest rate. I'm going to cap it on 10%, cap it at 10%. It's like, why would you talk like that? You're trying to give these people a hand up. And this is why people don't like Trump. He's telling y'all he wants to cut electricity bill by 50% in the first year. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. All of these promises he's making, this is what you're going to get, because you're going to get some sort of chaos because they want to distract him from actually doing the things he promised. Because if he doesn't do it, there's no way in 2028, all of this, look, this is politics and this is games, okay? In 2028, somebody has to win, okay? The Democrat or the Republicans. As much as you say you love the United States, there's some people who actually think this is a game and they want to see Trump fail. They don't mind if the United States actually fails. They just want to see Trump fail so bad that they don't care what happens. As long as Trump is failing, as long as his administration is failing, that's all they care about. However, it's like, wouldn't you say it's country first? It has to be your country first. It has to be the United States first. Who cares about goddamn Trump? We care about the United States. He just happens to love the United States. And that's why 76 million people voted for him. You think it's about Trump? No, it's about the United States. People want to see Trump fail so bad that they don't even know that you're going to see the United States fail, because if Trump fails, the United States has failed. A lot of people want to see Trump fail. And guess what? A lot more people want to see America fall, especially foreign power, okay? Especially foreign leaders. They want to see America fail. All of these things in the news, I'm sure they're happy. These guys abroad, they are happy. So everybody better rally behind Trump right now. This is a testament that everybody has to get behind Trump, left or right or independent. Get the hell behind Trump and let's get this popping. Okay, let's get this country shining. Let the world know America is back. The time for division has passed. It's long past by now. This isn't the time to be saying, you know what, you are on that side, I am on this side. No, fuck all that. Okay? Excuse my French. All right? No, this is the time to get together and say, we are Americans. Okay? Get together and let the world know. Don't fuck around. If you fuck around, you're going to find out.
And in a number of the photographs that we were able to determine, he was the individual that was driving the vehicle. And also, I'd like to iterate this point to you. We still have only ever seen him in this vehicle, and we're not aware of any other subjects involved in this particular case. Now, I would like to acknowledge a couple of things because I know what's going on in the social media world, and there are a number of things in this case that are similar to the attack in New Orleans. We do know that our subject here served in the military. In fact, he's a current member of the military. Both of the subjects served at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. What we do know about that is
Both guys served at Fort Bragg. Okay. Both guys served at Fort Bragg. Does that say anything about Fort Bragg? Okay. Both were military. Both rented their cars on Turo. And they're saying there's no correlation. I don't know.
It's a very large military base, and we have no record that they served in the same unit or even at the same years at Fort Bragg, something that continues to remain under investigation. I also know that they both served in Afghanistan in 2009. We don't have any evidence that they were in the same province in Afghanistan, the same location, or the same unit. Again, something else that remains under investigation. And we also know, of course, that they both used the rental company Turo to rent their vehicles. As far as his military background, it's been confirmed by DOD that he was indeed in the United States Army. He was also a Green Beret operations sergeant who spent most of his time at Fort Carson, Colorado, and in Germany. He was on approved leave from Germany, where he was serving with the 10th Special Forces Group. He was also previously in the National Guard and the Army Reserve. I'd like to point out to you that through exceptional joint investigative effort, we've gotten to a place where we believe we can show you his route to Las Vegas from Colorado, and Carlos will put up the map there for you. And we know that he rented the Cybertruck in Denver on December 28th. We tracked his movements through the Tesla charging stations to Monument, Colorado on December 30th. On the 31st of December, the truck was charged in Trinidad, Colorado, Las Vegas, New Mexico, and Albuquerque and Gallup, New Mexico. On January 1st, the truck was charged in Holbrook, Flagstaff, and Kingman, Arizona. We last tracked the truck in Kingman at 05:33 yesterday morning. The truck was first spotted in Las Vegas at 7:29 a.m. yesterday. And Carlos will pull up a picture of the truck pulling onto Fashion Show Drive here. And that picture was observed at about 7:34 a.m. We know that he pulled into the Trump Valet, and I believe we have a video of that. You can see the Cybertruck highlighted there. So through extensive surveillance video, we were able to track him leaving there, and we know that he went to several different places along Las Vegas Boulevard, and he spent some time in a parking lot of a business near Flamingo and Las Vegas Boulevard. We then have a video of the truck pulling back onto Las Vegas Boulevard from the Sands. You see that there? That's north on the boulevard from Sands at 8:39, where he then immediately heads to the Trump Hotel, pulls into the valet area, and as of course you all know, the explosion occurs within 17 seconds of his arrival at the valet. There's some additional investigative updates that are going to be provided to you by a couple of the other speakers here, the first of which will be our special agent in charge of the FBI local office, Spencer Evans. Spencer?
Good morning. My name is Spencer Evans. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Las Vegas division.
Another thing I want to talk about is just imagine if this was happening when Joe Biden was announced as the 46th president-elect. Everybody would have blamed Trump for it. Oh, the Republicans, the MAGA. The MAGA. That's what they're doing. Look at them. But it's funny how nobody's saying that. Why did all of this start literally going, like the United States started going bonkers since Trump was announced as the 47th president-elect? Okay. When Joe Biden was announced as the 46th president elect, we didn't have all of this explosion, did we? No, we didn't. But now, before he became the 47th, he already had 2 assassination attempts on his life. Now, he is the 47th president elect. All of a sudden, people like setting people ablaze on New York subway. People are shooting people. United Healthcare CEO guy. Explosions. Like ISIS flag. Like planes crashing. Like, what is going on, y'all? My own is on January 20, I want to see the National Guard in droves. Okay. I want to see the National Guard in their thousands. I don't care what the media says. He's using National Guard. Who cares? Nobody cares. Secure Trump by any means necessary. National Guard.
As the sheriff mentioned, we've been working through the night with our partners, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and other agencies, to gather all the facts and determine a motive to what was initially reported to the FBI as a bombing incident, to which our special agent bomb techs and others responded. Obviously, we're always concerned in these sorts of events to ascertain what the motive is. We understand that's everybody's at the forefront of everyone's thoughts. And so looking into exactly what the motivation is remains our #1 priority. This is why the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force has been brought into play. The Joint Terrorism Task Force, most important part of that acronym is joint. It is done in concert with our partners, which are comprised of more than a dozen investigative agencies here throughout the state of Nevada. We've been working hand in glove, side by side, tirelessly to determine, is there any ongoing threat to the public, to identify the subject, to determine any potential connection to other events going on in the world, most notably in New Orleans, and then obviously to determine if there's anything else that we need to be tracking down. At this time, as the sheriff's pointed out, we feel that the subject has been identified, although not conclusively, waiting for DNA evidence on that front. However, we do feel like we have the subject identified, and at this time there is no information about additional subjects that the FBI is tracking on. Our resources, as I mentioned, that have been deployed in support of this event include Special Agent Bomb Techs, our evidence response team, which is processing crime scenes, side by side with the forensics folks from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, our investigators, our intelligence analysts, and then outside of the FBI Las Vegas field office, we have investigative leads that are being conducted by FBI field offices, both internationally and domestically as well. As always, when the FBI is involved with any sort of case like this, we ask for help for the public. Anyone with information related to this incident, we encourage you to please call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can submit a tip online at tips.fbi.gov. We've already received thousands of tips related to this incident. The challenge that we face moving forward is to separate those that are pertinent and relevant and those that can be verified from those that have not. For example, one of the tips that we received just today relates to information alluding to this subject's personal experiences related to his time and activity in the military. Again, that's unverified and uncorroborated, but one of many tips and leads that we will be following up in the days that come. If you have any additional information, again, encourage everyone, 1-800-CALL-FBI or submit it online, tips.fbi.gov.
But isn't it just amazing that the Cybertruck actually did not like explode all the way? It's sort of kind of unique, isn't it? The Cybertruck is bulletproof. Everybody knows that. However, it's like even the bomb could not like dismantle, like scatter up the Cybertruck. So we can say that the Cybertruck actually contained the explosion. And this right here, I said yesterday, this right here could be a Cybertruck commercial. This right here could be a Cybertruck commercial, straight up. Like, no matter what you do, you can never explode in a Cybertruck. Like, did you see the car? The doors were still intact. The side doors still intact. Yeah, shout out to Elon Musk, man.
Gov. We will tirelessly work to exhaust all investigative leads and conclusively determine what the nature of this particular incident was, what the motivation was, and to the extent possible, share all that information as we obtain it. I'll now turn some time over to the Assistant Special Agent in charge from the ATF, Kenny Cooper.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kenny Cooper. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of ATF San Francisco Field Division. ATF is bringing our expertise in post-blast investigations and our crime gun intelligence to specifically assist in this investigation. I will tell you that our Special Agent bomb techs are working with FBI and with Las Vegas Metro and sifting through that post-blast debris to find components and investigative leads that will derive from that evidence process. We're too early into that investigation process to give any determination as far as how this device was initiated. I will say that we do know that the components primarily consist of fireworks, mortars, aerial shells, and are all consumer fireworks. Nothing commercial grade has been discovered at this point, and we've identified some fuel enhancers like the Coleman fuel and VP racing fuel and some explosive targets that can be purchased at any sporting goods store. We've also, as the sheriff mentioned, we've identified 2 semi-automatic handguns recovered from the Tesla. We have successfully traced those firearms, and I can tell you that Matthew Livesberg lawfully purchased both of these firearms on December 30th, 2024. We have agents following up those investigative leads. We know exactly where those firearms were purchased, and we will share any developments from those leads as they come in. Thank you.
We also have the Clark County Fire Chief here, John Steinbeck, and he didn't have any additional updates, but if there's any questions in regards to what the fire department did during this, he's here to answer those questions as well. With that, I'd just like to say before I take a couple questions from all of you, you'll notice that we're not releasing information that we haven't corroborated and verified. We're very well aware of all of the things that are going around on social media. But that's just the way we're going to conduct this investigation. We're not putting it out until we can tell you for a fact what information it is that we're putting out. And so we're going to continue to do that, but I'm also confident to tell the Las Vegas community and this great nation that we don't believe there's any further threat from this subject or anybody associated to him here in Las Vegas. With that, Denise, I saw you had your hand up. If you could just identify yourself, please.
Channel 3 in Las Vegas. Did this suspect have any other connections to Las Vegas? Had he ever been here before, or any reason to be here?
So the question was, did the subject have any ties to Las Vegas, or had he ever been here before? I do believe we had one instance a number of years ago where he stayed at a local hotel, but we're still trying to verify that information as well. Sir?
The David Charles, KLAS TV. There was, you have a gentleman in a Cybertruck Trump Hotel. There's information that the FBI was in Colorado Springs last night, possibly at this gentleman's home. Any information about why?
I think I'll let Spencer answer that question.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the motivation at this point is unknown. We are, as I mentioned earlier, following investigative leads both domestically and internationally as well. And so that includes search warrants and witness interviews, collecting forensic information, and basically trying to compile the facts. And so there's investigative activity taking place literally around the globe, trying to determine what the potential nexus is. But at this time, at this particular moment in time, as the sheriff aptly said, we have to focus on what we know and what we don't know. We know we have a bombing, absolutely. And it's a bombing that certainly has factors that raise concern. It's not lost on us that it's in front of, of the Trump building, that it's a Tesla vehicle, but we don't have information at this point that definitively tells us or suggests it was because of this particular ideology or any of the reasoning behind it. That's the purpose of the investigation that we're conducting, is to get to the bottom of exactly what happened, why and how.
Sir?
Tim Caputo with KBC in Los Angeles. You mentioned a number of similarities between this case and the one in New Orleans. How far in the investigation process do you guys go to try to rule out that they are connected, knowing that you already have a couple things that seem to connect them together?
So the question is how are we working to rule in or rule out any connections to the New Orleans event? And the answer to that is every tip and lead that comes in, every piece of evidence that comes in, we don't discount it. We work it through. It's an interesting thing during these kinds of investigations that if these turn out to be simply similarities, very strange similarities to have. And so we're not prepared to rule in or rule out anything at this point. There's lots more for us to do in this investigation. We haven't even gotten into the phones or the computers, which are usually very, very instructive and informative to us as we investigate. And we've got a lot more work to do to trace him, to see the stores that he went to rule out anybody else. Lots and lots of investigative work to do. And we're just trying to give you an update on what we know now. That is factual.
Rio Yamat, AP. Was the gunshot wound to his head self-inflicted?
We believe the question was the gunshot self-inflicted, and we do believe it was, since he was the only person in the vehicle, and it occurred immediately prior to the vehicle.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Yes, sir. All right. Once again, I want to say thank you to the Lion Fire. God bless you for the super chat, for the super gift. Thank you so much. Also, you can now join the membership. It is $4.99. God bless you guys. Shout out to Luke, Ellie, and everybody else in the chat. God bless you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to the moderators. Okay, we're also streaming on Twitch and Kick as well as YouTube. Okay, so let's see how that works. Anyway, this right here is just distractions, okay? This is distractions before the OG, the legendary, comes into the office, okay? He's trying to make Canada the 51st state of the United States. He's trying to make Justin Trudeau become the 51st governor. He's trying to take a hold of Greenland. So, of course, everybody wants to see how far they can push before he becomes the president, and if they can put some sort of fear in his heart. That's all this is, in my opinion, okay? This is distractions, trying to make sure it's like, don't think you're untouchable. Don't think you could just come in here and like do what you did in 2016. Except, in my opinion, 2024 would be much more wild. Because if we think this man did some nasty, crazy shit in 2016, just know for a fact in 2024, he's bringing out all the smoke. Because everybody's acting like they want smoke. Everybody's acting like they want some smoke. So I guess Trump would have to give people the smoke. Trump would have to give people the smoke, because at this point, if you're acting like you want some smoke, then you're going to have to get some smoke. All right? He has to prove to these people why he is the commander-in-chief. Sometimes, you just got to remind people. You just have to remind people sometimes, nothing crazy. Just remind them. Don't fuck around.
Welcome to a special edition of Jesse Waters Prime Time. I'm Kaylee McEnany, and for Jesse, we start tonight with a Fox News alert. This is ISIS walking amongst us. Talking about for the last 48 hours. A lot of new developments, though, in both the attack that left 14 dead. Of course, I'm speaking about the attack on New Year's in New Orleans. And then there's the separate Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas. First, we go to New Orleans, where the FBI is now officially calling it a terrorist attack. And we're learning more about the suspect, 42-year-old Shamsu Den-Jabbar, who says he was inspired by ISIS and expressed a chilling desire to kill. Now, before mowing down innocent New Year's Eve revelers, investigators say he had posted a series of alarming videos on social media.
Did you know who he was? Have you seen him at all?
Well, I seen him. Obviously, he was my neighbor.
What was he like?
Like, calm, collect, don't talk much, very private person. Don't interrupt us. We don't interrupt him.
Was he acting strange at all, or was it like any other encounter?
Very normal.
How long was he living here for?
He was living here for a year and a half almost.
How long had the white truck been here?
Only one night.
There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are time-stamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer.
Some neighbors said he seemed totally normal, and yet he posted these chilling Facebook videos before committing terrorism. The FBI also just released new photos showing Jabbar just an hour before the rampage, dropping off 2 coolers containing explosive devices around Bourbon Street. Police also recovered 3 phones and 2 laptops from the Airbnb house that caught fire early Wednesday morning. This was the house that we reported on yesterday, where Jabbar was seen on Ring camera unloading boxes from the truck he used in the attack. Police are also looking into any other properties that could be linked to him, like his trailer in Houston. New images obtained by Fox News Digital show what appear to be an abandoned trailer with rusted workout equipment. You see it there. So what drove Jabbar to go from a, quote, normal neighbor to driving a pickup truck through a crowd on New Year's? His brother says he was radicalized, telling the New York Times that Jabbar was brought up Christian but converted to Islam at a young age, adding, quote, this is radicalization, not religion. Now, at one point, the FBI feared a possible terror cell in the city of New Orleans, but police are now ruling that out. They say Jabbar acted alone.
Let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. But at this point, currently, and this is another fact I want to be clear on, we do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsuddin Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on.
So far, police have also found no definite links between the New Orleans attack and the Cybertruck explosion outside of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, aside from their military service and renting their trucks through the app Turo. 2 pretty big coincidences there. Investigators have ID'd the driver of the Tesla Cybertruck as 37-year-old Matthew Leibelsberger, an Army veteran who served as a Green Beret, with deployments overseas to Afghanistan and Ukraine. They were able to identify.
And the fact is, both guys served in Afghanistan. So the Abdul Jabbar guy and this man right here, Matthew, they both served in Afghanistan. They both were at Fort Bragg. Both military guy. This one was active military guy. The other guy, the New Orleans guy, was a military veteran. Both got their cars, a rental car, on Turo. Now, is that some sort of coincidence? Is this like coincidental? Or we may have to look into it. Because there's no way both of them served in Afghanistan. It may be in different times, okay? Because according to these guys, they're saying they served in different times, but the same. They were both in Fort Bragg, but different times. But the fact is, they were both at Fort Bragg and also served in Afghanistan. Also got their cars on Turo. I mean, man, come on. I don't know. There has to be some sort of relationship.
Him through multiple IDs that they found in the truck, and that wasn't all that they found.
First and foremost is a military identification. We also found a passport. We found a Desert Eagle 50 caliber semi-automatic pistol. And if you'll notice on a lot of these guns that we're going to talk about here, they're almost just burnt beyond recognition as well. There's a SLR model B30 semi-automatic firearm, number of fireworks that were still in the vehicle that had to be removed. Notably, we found an iPhone and a smartwatch and then several credit cards were also in the name of our subject.
We also learned that he had a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
Now, further complicating this identification of this individual, we also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle. One of the handguns was found at his feet inside of the vehicle.
People wondering, everybody just tuning in right now, this right here is a Cybertruck guy. He was in the U.S. military, active member. He rented a 2-row Cybertruck, and then according to the FBI and the information that we are getting is he shot himself before the explosion of the Cybertruck. And but the guy in New Orleans, the guy also had IEDs in his rental Ford F-150, but there was no time to detonate that IED or those IEDs. However, he ran over people, and 15 people are now confirmed dead in New Orleans. And it's sad. It's absolutely sad, but that's what's going on, and we have to talk about it. And about 30 people are confirmed injured, as well as including law enforcement officers. And I should also note that they found ISIS flag in the truck, the F-150 truck. They found an ISIS flag in the F-150 truck. So somebody asking in the chat, was this a terrorist attack? Yes. According to the FBI, this is now considered or categorized as a terrorist attack because this guy was a former military guy, is a veteran in the United States military force, as well as he had IEDs and also had ISIS flag. And according to the updates, he was people are saying he joined ISIS a couple of months ago or this summer. So it's like, this is a terrorist attack. But now the question is, are there more ISIS attacks going to happen? Or this is it? This better be it.
The FBI earlier today was conducting a search at a home in Colorado Springs believed to be tied to Leibelsberger. A law enforcement official told the AP that he may have gotten into a fight with his wife before renting the Cybertruck. Police are still looking for a motive, but officials say he, too, was acting alone. Now, there are plenty of unanswered questions that remain. What kinds of new threats are bubbling just underneath the surface? Is ISIS walking among us? One thing is for certain, this is not how we expected to ring in the new year.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
That's true for sure, 100%. This isn't how we expect to start the new year. It's just 3 days into the new year. This is what we get.
And on our breaking news out of New Orleans now, the FBI says it believes the Army veteran from Texas who intentionally rammed a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street acted alone. They say 3 phones and 2 laptops linked to the driver have been found, and that FBI bomb technicians recovered 2 improvised explosive devices in the Bourbon Street area. And this is coming as we're getting some new surveillance video of the attack. It shows a harrowing moment here. Just before you see there are people barely getting out of the way of the truck. It's unbelievable, and so thankful that they were able to get out of the way as that truck sped through the French Quarter. CNN anchor Anderson Cooper is live on the scene in New Orleans. Anderson, what more details are you learning at this hour?
Yeah, well, CNN has exclusively obtained actually video of the terror attacker. This I want to show you. This is taken from a doorbell cam on a street where the attacker, you see there off to the right with the vehicle that he used in the attack. That is him arriving at and entering an Airbnb that he had rented about 2 miles from the Bourbon Street location where he, according to law enforcement, conducted this terror attack. That is the vehicle that we know came. He was rented in Houston. He rented it on December 30th. The FBI said today at a press conference they had several hours ago. He then drove it New Year's Eve, and while driving made about 5 videos in which he spoke to camera, according to the FBI. They recounted a little bit about what he said. He said that he had, they were showing the timeline. He rented the truck, drove it to Houston between 1 and 2 a.m. He's seen now on videos planting explosive devices. 2 explosive devices, according to the FBI, were found about in the area of the French Quarter. That initially they had thought maybe other people had planted. They have confirmed today. They said at this point they believe no one else was involved in the attack here in Bourbon Street on the ground, actually planting those explosive devices. They were both those devices were found and detonated safely. That is a picture of the actual vehicle, and you see it. It's the same vehicle that's in that security camera. This is after the attack. What you're not seeing there is that there's actually a person on the right-hand side, lower right-hand side of the screen, which we're not showing, a person who was injured. And, we are still now learning a lot more about those whose lives were lost, about the people who were wounded. 14 people now confirmed dead, as many as 35 sustained injuries. A number of them are still in the hospital. I want to play some of, let you hear from the FBI agent in charge of this operation, some of what they have found from the phones and laptops that they have obtained.
Hundreds of interviews that we've conducted so far, the social media review that we've done of his accounts, the 5, by my count now, the 5 devices we have, the 3 cell phones and the 2 laptops, been able to initially triage or go through that, and there is just nothing to indicate through call records, through anything on those devices, through interviews, through anything in our systems that he was aided in this attack by anybody. And again, I have to caveat, like the governor said, this is 24 hours into it, and that could change.
So that was the press conference the FBI gave about 2 hours ago or so. They are still eager for any information that anybody has out there about this person. They are trying to build a timeline of the radicalization of this person, the disintegration of this person. According to family members, he had started to be erratic. And according to the FBI, Brianna, he had pledged allegiance or joined to, if one can actually join in some physical way, ISIS, or at least pledged allegiance earlier before the summer.
And Anderson, what a different scene behind you now. I'm just struck by that. There are so many people. There's just the din of the French Quarter with the reopening.
Yeah, it's interesting. About an hour ago, an hour and a half ago, a first-line band came down the street with city officials playing music. We ran out and watched it. It was actually a very moving scene, this extraordinary band playing music. The officials in the city wanted first to open Bourbon Street to religious leaders. So they've also had a lot of preachers here doing prayer circles. We've seen saying prayers and also music, which obviously is such a key part of New Orleans. Then they closed the street down a little bit. It's all cleaned up. And now they've opened it to the public. And as you see, it's not obviously incredibly crowded, but there are dozens and dozens of people wandering, walking up and down, just wanting to come here. Businesses have opened, the bars have opened. There's some music playing in a couple of bars down the street. The frozen drinks that are like purple and pink, they are in the slushy machines going around. So It is very important for city officials. I talked to the superintendent of police just a short time ago. We ran into her on the street to get this street back up and running, not from a business standpoint so much as just a statement about this city and the spirit of this city and the desire to have the city not be, on bended knee. This city has gone through so much with Katrina. I was here, it's crazy, Brianna, I was here almost 20 years ago when Bourbon Street first reopened after Hurricane Katrina. I remember it. City officials walked down the street, making it the official opening of it, and I remember the first bar that opened. So it's very strange to be back here 19 years later and see Bourbon Street once again reopening after a tragedy.
Yeah, wanting to come back from a tragedy. And we heard that from people at the Superdome as they're getting ready for the Sugar Bowl. They don't want to let terrorism win here. They're dedicated to showing up for the game as well. Anderson, thank you so much for sharing that with us. We do appreciate it.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. We are bringing you the updates across the nation. It is tragic. However, I just want you guys to listen to this updates with an open heart. Don't feel down or depressed or some sort of anxiety because we're sharing this news with you. This is just for you to know that, you know what, this is what is going on in the country right now. So relax, calm down, don't get too over the top, okay? Bad things has been happening for a long time, and you're still here. I am still here. God is in control. Never, ever, ever feel like nothing is gonna work out for you. Okay, stay strong, stay hopeful. God is still in control. Never forget that. All right. Shout out to the super chatter. Shout out to Brian. Thank you for the super chat. God bless you. Or is that a gift? I don't know, but I think it's a super chat. But anyway, Brian, thank you so much for the gift or super chat. And shout out to the Lion Fire one more time. Thank you for the super chat. God bless you, brother. And he says, Jesus Christ is Lord. Prayers to us all. Okay, I'm going to read that one more time. Jesus Christ is Lord, and prayers to us all. Okay, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And shout out to our members, Ellie, Luke, and everybody else on the chat. God bless you so much. Thank you for tuning in. And yeah, man, stay strong. Don't let this news get in your head and then you think life ain't worth living. Life is worth living. God is still in control. The devil does what he's gonna do, but God is in control, okay? Stay positive. I'm just sharing this news because this is what I do. I have to bring you the updates across the nation, but don't think this is the only thing happening. There are a lot of people having a good time in the country. Babies are being born, people are getting married, people are getting engaged, people just got contracted, people just got a job, okay? People just converted and got their lives saved. So good things are going on, but this is what the mainstream media is showing us. So just for us to know what's going on across the nation, okay? So don't feel some type of way, all right? We're just having a good time and seeing what's going on. It's sad news, but I don't want you to think that everything happening around the United States is sad, okay? All right, let's get it.
Joining us now is Chris Poisson. He went to school with the suspect from the New Orleans attack. Chris, thank you for being with us. Just tell us a little bit about your experience with Shams Sadine. You called him Sham in middle school and high school, is that right?
Right, yeah, Shamsuddin, his friends called him Sham.
Okay, so you went to middle school and high school with him. When he went off to the Army, you went off to the Air Force, and I know you kind of lost touch, but then you'd gotten back in touch a few years ago on social media. Tell us first what he was like in middle school and high school.
Back then, he was really reserved. He kept to himself. He didn't say too much. He was very smart, very good in school. He wasn't like a troublemaker or anything like that. He was just he was the model student really. We met in 8th grade, and then we just happened to move to the same town in 9th grade. Went to the same high school, so our friendship just continued on until high school until he joined the Army, and like you said, I joined the Air Force.
So when you touched base with him a few years back on social media, I think it was 5 or so years ago. and got back in touch with him. What were those exchanges like, and had he changed?
Well, yeah, we had lost touch because whenever we graduated, social media wasn't a thing yet. So whenever Facebook came along, we reconnected. And then we kept in touch for several years, actually, through Facebook, just messaging back and forth, just checking on one another. And then up until the last, few times I had spoke with him, he had become really, enthralled in his faith. And pretty much every conversation we had or post that he was making at that time, in some way, shape, or form, it all, resorted back to his Muslim faith.
Okay, so he talked a lot about Islam. Did you get the sense he was radicalized? Or I understand you are a Christian and you were talking with him about religion. Were you having, respectful exchanges?
It was very respectful, and it wasn't anything like he was upset or mad at anybody. Every post and every conversation I ever had with him, he was never mad at anything. He never talked about overthrowing the government or being mad at a particular race or religion or anything like that. He was always very respectful and very positive. His message that I got from him after every conversation was that he was very positive. And it's just that what happened yesterday just came by complete surprise. I never would have seen this coming.
Yeah, you were shocked. And we've learned from our reporting that I think since about that time you would have re-engaged with him on social media. He has been suffering financial problems. He has obviously his family, his place in his family has certainly fallen apart. Did you talk to him about any of that?
No, we didn't get that deep into it. Whenever we had messaged each other back and forth, it was just more so checking on one another. Because like I said, we met in middle school back in 1996.
Yeah.
And so whenever we did talk, it was just, how are you doing? How are things, on your neck in your neck of the woods, and just, keeping it pretty superficial. We never got into anything really deep, with family issues or anything like that. So I didn't know we had any of that stuff going on, until the news report started coming out after the fact, since yesterday.
So, you were shocked by this, and you also have an interesting perspective because you have a military background. You served in an anti-terrorism unit. He served during this period of time where obviously we see the threats that the U.S. was confronting after 9/11, and then seeing him then say that he is swearing allegiance to ISIS. What do you think of that?
Complete disbelief, utter shock. One of our classmates actually messaged me yesterday morning and asked me if I had seen the news, because that's when they had identified Sham in the attacks, and I told him I don't believe that. That's probably just false reporting, a mistaken identity. And the more I looked into it, more credible reports started coming in, and it was him. And he never gave any tips or clues to me personally whenever I was speaking with him that he was on the verge of doing something like this. It's just tragic, and I never saw this coming.
What questions do you have about how he made this change? And
you just never know. You never know who you're sitting beside. You never know who you're talking to, who you're conversing with. You just never know. So just be kind, okay? Just be kind to everybody that you talk to, and be prepared, okay? Be prepared. Look around you. Be very vigilant, and also just focus, okay? Focus. Don't be out here not focused, okay? Because anything can happen at any time. That's something that we've seen time and time and time again. So just be outside. Don't lock yourself inside because things are going on in the United States. Go outside, have a good time, but be very attentive, be very vigilant to your surrounding, and see what's going on. Okay. Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Shout out to Rob B. Thank you for the super chat. And one more time, thank you to the Lion Fire. God bless you. And thank you for being here, everybody. God bless you. Thank you.
And went from the person that you knew to the person who committed this horrible act?
Well, the questions that I have really is just more so from the reports that, you guys have been putting out there since the attacks. I've learned, which while I was on hold, that he's acted alone. I didn't know that was a thing until just recently. And I learned that he had bomb making materials or bombs inside of his vehicle. And the thing that I don't understand is if he went through if he went through all the trouble to have the bombs made, put them in his vehicle, load them up, and drive to New Orleans, why would he use his vehicle as a weapon and not even attempt to place the bombs or set them off or whatever? It's almost as if he didn't want to use them. I don't know. I'm not in his head, so I can't speak for him. A lot of it just doesn't make sense to me. It's hard to wrap my head around it.
Yeah, as we understand it at this point, it may have been that police confronted him before he carried out the totality of the attack that he had planned. But again, Chris, there's so much we don't know. You have questions, we have questions. The police are tracking those down. FBI is tracking those down. Chris, thanks for being with us. I can't imagine what it's like to be in your position, but we appreciate you speaking with us.
Yes, y'all. And also, I don't know if you guys know about this. So on January 2nd, which was yesterday, and January 2nd, 2025, 3:31 a.m., this is according to ABC News, 10 injured in shooting outside Queens music venue. Suspect is at large, NYPD says. This is yesterday. 10 injured in shooting outside Queens music venue. This is New York. So all this is going on. New Orleans, Las Vegas with the Tesla situation. California just had a plane fall from the sky. New York also is New York has been going through a lot of BS, from the illegal immigration to the illegal immigrant setting a homeless woman ablaze on the subway and watch her. He literally set her ablaze and watches her burn. Like, you can never make this up. This is like in real life. You could never make this up, y'all. Never. Promise you that. You can never make this up. This is literally going on.
We have new video just in of a Tesla Cybertruck that police say was intentionally detonated outside of the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. This is, as of this morning, being investigated as a possible act of terrorism.
As of right now, our number one goal is to ensure that we have the proper identification of the subject involved in this incident. Following that, our second objective is to determine whether this was an act of terrorism or not. I know everybody's interested in that word and trying to see if we can say, hey, this is a terrorist attack. That is our goal, and that's what we're trying to do.
All right, CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller is with us. CNN Law Enforcement Analyst and former Secret Service agent Jonathan Wackrow is with us. We're going to dig into a lot of different things right now. John, first, just what's the latest on the Las Vegas investigation?
Well, the Las Vegas investigation is taking an interesting turn as they get deeper into the profile of the individual who rented the vehicle. Now, let's go full stop here for a second. They believe they know who rented the vehicle, but they are not 100% certain that that is the person who's in the vehicle, because that body, because it's badly burned, has not been identified. But the renter, like the New Orleans suspect, is military background, but not former military. He's active duty military with 19 years plus of service, and he's part of Special Forces Command. He is highly trained in communications, electronic measures for bomb detections, intelligence operations. He would be one of the most sophisticated in terms of training people in the Green Beret.
Okay, just so we're talking about these two different things, the similarities are both rental electric vehicles from this tour.
All right, so it's looking like this guy is fully trained. Okay, so did he actually shoot himself in the Cybertruck, or was the body that was recovered from that Cybertruck. It was burnt badly that they're saying that they actually found that this is the guy through his tattoos. But if you've seen the movie Craven the Hunter, I don't know if you guys have seen that. Craven the Hunter, he killed somebody this is the movie, right? So shout out to YouTube. He killed somebody in the prison, and then he had a tattoo on his neck and he escaped, but he had a body in the ice, and the tattoo was on the neck of the person that was buried in the ice. So is it the same thing going on right here? Because the only way they could identify the body in the Tesla Cybertruck was through the tattoos. Are you guys pondering what I'm pondering? I don't know now, because this guy is highly trained. You think he left himself in the Cybertruck, shot himself, and then allow the Cybertruck explode while still in there? I don't know. All right, shout out to D Lion Fire one more time. He says, time to strap up, okay? If you haven't, now you know. If you don't know, now you know, y'all.
Place, both military backgrounds, explosives in both trucks. Both attacks happened on New Year's in tourist locations.
That's right. And that is why they say we can't eliminate the possibility that they're connected. And yet, if you look at New Orleans, where he does 5 recordings apparently in the dark as he's driving, towards Louisiana from Texas, he's talking about family problems, financial problems, his life coming apart at the seams, and that he's joined ISIS, and that's why he's doing this. If you look at Las Vegas, so far, it appears that they don't have communications or a clear motive from the individual who's in that truck.
All right, so Jonathan Wacker, right now we have warrants being executed in New Orleans at Airbnbs, in Houston at the home of the New Orleans attacker, I guess in Colorado at the home of the person tied to the rental vehicle in the Las Vegas attack. We're 24 hours in. What's taking so long here in this search process?
Well, the search process needs to operate in different phases. One, you have to actually go to the court to get those warrants themselves. You have to swear out in front of a magistrate and make sure that the legal process and the legal justification for going into these locations is validated. From there, it's not like what you see on television where the police just rush in and look for items of evidentiary value. What they actually have to do is, because we have explosives that are involved here, you have to first make sure and focus on officer safety and scene safety. So what's going on is explosive technicians are going into these sites first, not looking for items of evidentiary value, but ensuring that there's no primary explosives, that there are no booby traps, that it is safe for the investigators to go in and then conduct a very methodical search for everything that's on that warrant and anything that's within plain sight that is of evidentiary value that can be used to then piece together, to really find a motive and the intent for these different attacks.
And again, one of the things John Miller pointed out right there, in New Orleans, you do have this trail of radicalization. Mm-hmm. In Las Vegas, we don't even have a name yet, so we don't have anything like that just yet.
Yeah, we don't have a name, and we also, like, the targeting locations of both are different, right? Because when you had a known event, you had, it is a target of opportunity, it's a soft target, where you knew from a targeting standpoint that if I launched an attack there, the likelihood of high casualties was going to be there. The secondary at Las Vegas is a different construct. 9:40 on, or 8:40-ish on New Year's morning in Las Vegas.
That's a good point.
Not a lot of people there, so you're not really launching an attack. While it is an iconic site, it is a site because it is the former it's
the Trump Hotel.
Trump Hotel. That there is significance there, but in terms of causing damage. And then the second part of that, and John and I were talking beforehand, is what we know potentially of the driver of the Cybertruck with the military background, using low-order explosives, basically gasoline and black powder pyrotechnics, is not going to give you the blast radius that you need and the overpressurization to cause damage to the building or damage to others nearby.
Also, something about the behavior of the truck beforehand, John, you were talking about?
Well, he gets into town, and there's a combination of things. License plate readers that track him through Las Vegas from the moment he enters town, but also from Tesla, every place he stopped driving from where he started in Colorado Springs to charge that vehicle till he gets to Las Vegas. So they've got a good timeline. He spends about an hour driving around the Strip. He stops at a motel along the way for a period of time, but an hour before the explosion, he enters that driveway with his vehicle and does a slow pass around past the valet people and everything. And you have to ask yourself, what's he doing? To Jonathan's point, is he saying, it's 7-something in the morning and there's not a lot of people here. I'm going to come back in an hour and see if there's a bigger crowd. Or is he just doing his reconnaissance as a military operator would, which is, who stops you where? Where am I going to place this so it's going to be, so the Elon Musk vehicle is going to be right under the Trump sign. We don't know what the symbolism that they were going for in this attack was. But I mean, they're looking at all of that. The idea that he drove through an hour beforehand is suggestive.
So we were 24 hours into this. I mean, almost literally in the Las Vegas thing, a little bit more in New Orleans. What do you think the next big piece of information will be, or what's reasonable to expect that we could learn soon?
Well, we're going to start getting information from these search warrants, right? And we're going to start understanding, from the localities of, both attackers, their residences in Houston and other locations, what can we garner from that, right? And I think, we have more information, more direction with the New Orleans attacker as opposed to Las Vegas right now. But that will change once we, identify the body, once we get these items of evidentiary value, we start piecing together, and trying to, figure out what is the motive here, what is driving both of these attacks, and are they connected? We have some threads here of connectivity, but again, the way that these attacks were launched, to me, signals some sort of differentiator.
I mean, how long could it take in Las Vegas to get some kind of confirmation one way or the other of ISIS ties, which I think would be hugely significant?
Well, if ISIS is going by its own playbook, they would have, if they recruited these people online, they would have obtained martyrdom videos from one or both of them. We've got clues from the self-made videos from the New Orleans attacker, which tells us a lot, but nothing yet from the Las Vegas piece. But ISIS could come out with their own communique if they're connected that way, or we could see something completely different. I mean, as Jonathan points out, there's two critical factors here, which is, who are they working for, if anybody? How were they recruited? The second factor is, who else might have been involved? We're seeing signs of that in Las Vegas. In New Orleans. We're not seeing signs of that yet in Las Vegas.
I got to say, this was a great discussion. Leaving it with more questions in some ways and answers and perhaps bigger unknowns than I anticipated. We'll check back in with you throughout the day. Obviously, a lot more to learn here.
Yep. So, for both guys to be military, something is just utterly wrong. And this New Orleans guy saying it is ISIS. I mean, if ISIS comes out and takes responsibility for it, I guess Trump would have to sink whatever country the broadcast came from. I mean, it's just facts. All right, check out some victim in the hospital. So some victims were in the hospital. I mean, over 30 victims are in the hospital from the New Orleans situation. Anderson Cooper actually had a conversation with them.
We're at the University Medical Center here in New Orleans. It's a Trauma 1 hospital very close to here. He specializes in emergency medicine. He had been on work all day long, went back home, was then called back in after the attack. Were most of the injuries from the vehicle itself, or were there gunshots as well?
Yeah, so it was interesting because when you talk about injuries, you think of a blunt mechanism like a car crash, or penetrating trauma like a knife wound or a gunshot wound, and really here we had both. Most of our patients were unfortunately suffering blunt trauma, so they'd been hit by the vehicle and had injuries to the abdomen, the chest, the head, and a lot of broken bones. We had a few patients, really the minority, that had gunshot wounds that were here.
This hospital is about 10 years old. It's really beautiful. Dr. Elder was also saying that this was the largest number of sick critical trauma patients that they've ever seen in such a short period of time. I met earlier today at that hospital with Pittsburgh area native Jeremy Sensky. Jeremy uses a specialized wheelchair. He was in New Orleans on vacation. He uses the wheelchair because he was in a car accident in 1999. He's paralyzed. I spoke to him. He was on Bourbon Street. He was struck directly by the truck in his legs in the wheelchair. He survived miraculously. I spoke to him earlier.
I think I got hit, and my body was just thrown onto the ground, and I just, for like a second, I don't remember that moment, but as soon as I hit the ground, I think I came right back awake. The first thing I remember when I hit the ground were the gunshots, and as soon as I heard the gunshots, I was thinking in my head that I would hope I was clear from the gunshots, and I thought that's kind of why I was on the ground. In my head, I thought, well, maybe I'm on the ground because of the people are shooting, and I was on the ground to get away from it.
So you heard shots? Did you see anything around you?
No, I didn't see anything. While I was hearing the shots, I was still like disoriented, and the whole time I was like pretty messed up. I really didn't know what was going on, and I was just glad that I didn't get shot. Like, I'm thinking the gunshots, I'm laying on the ground, I should be safe, and then my leg was messed up. I kept messing with my leg. I'm like trying to figure out what's wrong with my leg, and I saw this stuff around me, which was parts of my wheelchair. So I started scraping it, trying to find my phone. I really couldn't tell what was what, so I tried to get my phone. I wanted to use the phone. I was going to call my wife and tell her I was alive.
Your leg, you were you were bleeding.
I think that I was bleeding, but it was my leg was just broke, like into a bunch of different pieces.
There's a photograph taken from overhead where the truck is, and you're on the ground.
Yeah, the truck was to my right.
So you heard shots? Did you see anything around you?
No, I didn't see anything. And I was screaming, help, 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 help. And finally a guy came over and said, listen, you're lucky to be alive. He said, many people aren't as lucky as you.
I heard that somebody put a mark on your forehead indicating you were alive.
Somebody came over and they put the number, a yellow X. And I asked, what does that mean? And they didn't tell me. But later on I found what it meant, because whenever they care, what they did is after a while, I'm not sure how long it was, the time was like forever. I mean, I felt like I was there forever. I was laying on my back, and there was a guy named Patrick. He was one of the cops that was dressed up in like the Army fatigue color. And eventually he just stayed with me. After I told me I couldn't walk and I was paralyzed, he stayed with me. And I asked him what had happened. He said, we don't know, we're still trying to figure it out. And I said, was it just a drunk driver or something? Did someone blow up something? Because I didn't know. I still hadn't put two and two together that the truck had done anything really. And even though I had seen the truck, I never even thought that that's what had happened, because I was so out of it.
When did you learn that it was this person in a terror attack?
Today. They were talking about it, something about someone shooting a cop or something. I heard someone got shot by a cop, but no one called it a terror attack. And I kept asking people, like the nurses and doctors that were with me that night, and no one said it was a terror attack. And today I found out that it was a terror attack.
Does it make you angry?
Me personally, I'm going to have a hard time probably coming back to Bourbon Street for a while. But I mean, I might. But I'm not. My whole thing was, you should feel safe there. And hopefully, there was definitely things that were wrong. They didn't put up the stupid thing at the end of the road that I had to drive over my wheelchair. It's supposed to stop the cars. Wasn't up. So that was definitely a problem. Like that thing that was supposed to be up.
And this is what most people are talking about. Most people are saying the incompetence, okay? At the end of the day, the incompetence has been mind-blowing. If you watched the assassination attempt on the 47th president-elect in Pennsylvania, and you saw the woman, the FBI lady or the Secret Service lady, she couldn't even put her gun back in the holster. Like, ma'am, really? Is this how you're supposed to be protecting the 47th? So this administration has just camped a lot of incompetent people, and a lot of people would have to be fired. I'm sorry, but a lot of people would have to be fired moving forward. Forget about the DEI situation, okay? This has to be, if you're not capable of doing the job, there's no point having the job. Let capable hands, capable people do their job. And people say Trump has nothing to do with this. Yeah, you could say that, but everybody knows in 17 days he's going to be inaugurated into the White House. So, yeah, he has something to do with this. It's all about games and message and politics.
It was down. I drove over it. I didn't get pushed over it, but it was only this tall, like 5 inches tall. Something like
They said it needed to be repaired or something.
Yeah, well, they should have repaired it before New Year's Eve.
Is there anything else you want people to know? I don't want to take up too much of your time.
I'm just happy to be alive, man. I don't want people to be afraid to go out and do things. I really don't. I mean, this could happen anytime, anywhere, but what are you going to do? Stop living your life?
Exactly. Go out, live your life, stay vigilant, look around you, but anything can happen at any time. We're going to come back here to the New Orleans situation, but I also want to show you what just happened in Fullerton, California. Plane crash actually happened about 4 or 5 hours ago. I'm telling you, it's getting spicy. 2025 is getting spicy, and it's just the third day. It's barely the third day, okay? Plane crash in California. It's wild.
Approaching 200 knots. So.
And again, will you just say the type of this kit?
Yeah, it's a Vans Aircraft RV-10. So Romeo Victor 10. Yeah, Vans Aircraft Victor Alpha November.
All right, let's go to the beginning. Let's see what's going on. So if you're just tuning in, this is a plane crash update in California. Just happened 5 hours ago. Okay, this is sad to see, sad to hear, but it is currently happening. A lot of people are saying, well, what does this have to do with Trump? I mean, all of this happening. We've had 4 years of Joe Biden, which everybody was in total shambles, okay? Gas prices all-time high, groceries was all-time high, inflation all-time high. Everything was just all-time high. The border was in chaos, okay? Bunch of illegal immigration has been going on. However, the 47th was just announced in November 5, on November 5, and all of a sudden Bitcoin goes all the way to the top and chaos starts going rampage. I think it has to do with Trump as well. Okay, all of this going on right here. It has never been this intense for the past 4 years. It's just getting to this level of intensity after Trump was announced as the 47th president-elect. This is my opinion, okay? Like I said, it's not the gospel truth, but this is what I believe. After he was announced, like Luke said in the chat, it said something about the elites getting wild and trying to cause some BS to happen, but this is it.
Built Vans Aircraft RV-10, registration number November 8757 Romeo. It was construction was completed in 2011. It's a 4-seat, single-engine aluminum airplane, and it was based out of Fullerton Airport. So the airplane departed from runway 24 at Fullerton about 2 p.m. this afternoon, climbed straight ahead to about 900 feet, and a short time later, the pilot called for an immediate return to the airport. The tower controller then cleared the pilot to land on any runway. The airplane then appeared to make a 180-degree left turn and flew the left downwind for runway 24, and ultimately crashed about 1,000 feet short of runway 24. Struck a furniture building and immediately caught fire. And so far we have 2 confirmed fatalities, but we don't have any names or IDs. The coroner will be able to provide that at some point in the future. The plan is to continue the on-scene investigation tomorrow within the facility, and then have the airplane recovered probably tomorrow evening or late afternoon. And then the investigation will continue at a remote storage facility throughout the weekend.
Yes, the word. Thank you, Luke. Thank you for putting that comment back on the chat. Luke says, yeah, the managerial class is freaking out. That's the word. Managerial class. They're freaking out. And if anybody says this isn't politics, I don't know. I just don't know how this isn't politics. This is politics, in my opinion.
Preliminary report should be on our website. That's ntsb.gov in about 14 days. And then the final factual report will take about 12 to 18 months to complete. So with that, any questions?
Did the pilot actually
Over a
state
year?
the reason for the emergency or what he believed the emergency was?
No, pilot just said ask for an immediate return to the airport.
And he was clear, there was nothing standing in his way at all. He just had a clear line of sight to the airport, but he just didn't.
And you guys don't forget, there has been 2 plane crash outside the United States. There was one on Christmas Day, and there was one on the 28th of December. I think one was in South Korea, and the other one was in I think Aviation or something like that. I can't remember. But the one in South Korea had 175 or 79 people dead. Okay, like almost 200 people got killed in the one in South Korea. This just happened like 4 or 5 days ago. Now, the one in California has 2 dead, 18 people hurt after plane crash. This is California on the United States soil. It's getting close to home, y'all. It's getting close to home. This is politics, in my opinion.
It was at 900 feet, so this would have been about traffic pattern altitude, so you can presume that it was clear.
If he lost power, would he be able to have made it all the way in, do you think? Or
It's a little bit too early to make those kind of assumptions based on the data we have.
2 souls on board, pilot and...
Well, all we can say right now is 2 fatalities. We don't have any IDs, so we can't confirm.
We don't know how many people were on board of the plane?
Both on board the plane?
We're not sure yet. So because we don't have IDs, we can't really confirm whether they were.
On board or...
And this is what I don't get. If you don't have the information, don't be coming out to talk to the press. Go back inside, okay? Go back, get the information, and come back outside. Don't be coming outside saying we don't have the information yet. What are you doing talking to us? This is what I call incompetence, okay? I'm sorry, I know it's working hard, but if you don't have the information and you're supposed to be the professional that is having this conversation with the press and you're saying, we don't know, we're sorry for right now, we don't know, please go back and know and come back outside. Can you do that, sir? Thank you.
We don't know because we haven't been able to ID them yet.
Do the noise regulations on the airport, just like in Santa Monica, have anything?
Aircraft RV10, registration number. I see. It would be, I would say no at this point, but it's a little too early to make any kind of judgment along those lines or compare it to Santa Monica.
So the plane didn't have an airworthiness certificate. What does that mean?
Oh, it did. No, so it's a kit-built airplane. It's a very popular airplane. There's about 1,100 of them have been built, and about 11,000 Vans aircraft have been built. So it's a pretty popular kit-built airplane.
Because on what we pulled up, it said the airworthiness certificate that. So is that just?
It would be an experimental airplane, so we'd have to look into that in a little bit more detail. But it's a pretty standard airplane, and it's been flying for a long time.
Can you explain what is a kit airplane for some of us that are not experts in aviation?
Yeah, so it's basically, it is what it is. It's actually a kit airplane that the owner of the airplane can build and maintain themselves. Provided they built it, they can continue to maintain it. It's just a kit airplane. The FAA, once it's been built, it's then inspected by either an FAA inspector or someone who's designated to work on behalf of the FAA. And then it's approved for flying, yeah.
It's pretty common.
Very common. It's about 11,000 of these type of airplanes, 11,000 Vans aircraft flying, and about 1,100 RV-10 airplanes flying. So, yeah, in the world. So it's very common.
Do they have a good safety record for the most part?
It's not really the place to talk about this company's safety record at this point.
From a reliability standpoint, airworthiness, if we had.
Again, it's a little early to be talking about reliability and airworthiness, I think, for this briefing.
As many you said, how many of them have crashed?
Oh, I don't know the number off the top of my head. But
airplanes been around?
Kit-built airplanes? Since the beginning of aviation, essentially, yeah.
Do you know if this particular plane had issues before?
Not at this point, no. We're gonna locate the maintenance records, confirm that the airplane was current for its maintenance, and we'll really take it from there.
I may have misheard, but someone asked.
So what can you actually tell us? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is what I mean by incompetence, y'all. I get it, he's working hard. Okay, he's a professional expert. But you don't have the maintenance record. How do you come out to have press conference about a plane crash and you don't have the maintenance record? So what do you have?
Did the plane lose power?
We're not. That's what we'll be looking into. The pilot simply said that he needed to return to the airport.
What did the flight plan say? Where were they headed?
So it's visual flight rules. There's no requirement to have a flight plan. So we don't know where the airplane was flying to at this point.
Total amount of time from takeoff to the point to where we had, unfortunately, the crash. What was it? Less than 10 minutes?
Oh, less than 10 minutes. Yeah, I don't have the exact number. It was less than 10 minutes.
I was listening on the radio on a station, by the way, the recording of the tower.
That's where we're getting our primary timing from, the recording of the tower. Not really. No, it's.
Given the weather conditions at the time, there's no indication that they didn't.
No, it was great weather. No, it doesn't appear that weather played a part at this point. It was 80 degrees, nice day, clear skies.
Question for the fire department, if they could come forward for a second. Is there any problems with the building itself from a safety, structural integrity standpoint at this point? Has it been inspected? Can people go back in there and work tomorrow, or is it going to be closed for a while?
Can you identify yourself, please?
Sure. My name is Mike Meacham. I'm the Deputy Chief of Fire Operations for the City of Fullerton.
Regarding the integrity of the building.
So the integrity of the building. So the building has been red tagged by the building department. There was significant damage to the roof system, and for those reasons, and the fire protection system, for those reasons, we won't be allowing anybody in the building to do any work other than the investigators and the building department to do those inspections.
Are we talking perhaps 3 or 4 days or more for it to be reoccupied, or the cleanup crews to go in?
That'll be up to the building owner. The building will be turned back over to the property owner as soon as the NTSB is done with their investigation on the inside. They'll be turning it back over to them, and it'll be up to the property owner at how fast they occupy the building again.
How much damage was there done both by fire and, of course, impact damage to the roof of the area that we're able to take a look at all?
Yeah, it would be hard to quantify how much damage, but there's significant damage to a portion of the building, both from the impact and from fire.
The owner of the warehouse said that all of his people were accounted for and they were all unharmed, or they possibly minor injuries taken to the hospital. Talk to me about how rare that might be with a fiery crash that we saw going into that building full of people.
I'm not sure how many people he has confirmed. The Fullerton Fire Department and the surrounding agencies, Orange County Fire, Anaheim, Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, some other area resources, they treated and transported 20 people. Not all people were transported. Some people did sign out AMA, but we did transport several people to the hospital with varying degrees of injuries.
You're saying 20 now. Earlier we had 18, 10 hospitalized, 8 signed out, basically.
Yeah, our numbers right now are 20.
And of those, 10 in the hospital, 10 signed out?
I don't know what the breakdown is of how many. It's too early for me to go back through that paperwork.
A total of 20 injuries, then?
20 people were treated.
And sir, a worker had described inside that when the plane crashed, they ran out and they saw some other co-workers dousing fellow co-workers with fire extinguishers. Is that your understanding?
I wasn't here at that time when that happened. I don't know what those first eyewitness accounts were.
And the two fatalities, were they pronounced dead here at the scene, or were they tracked?
That's information that we're not releasing yet.
So can you just confirm the 20 people? Does that include the 2 people who passed away?
That does not.
Okay.
So it's 20 and 2.
Yes. To the best of my knowledge, we're at 20 and 2 at this moment.
And just to confirm with the NTSB, we're not saying we don't know how many people were in the plane, or we're not.
No, we don't know. We can't because we don't have any identifications.
Can you talk at all about whether or not this plane had been flown before, if it was built in 2011 and then just...
I'll let the NTSB have.
Oh yeah, no, it's built in 2011, and the owner is based in Fullerton. So yeah, I don't have the exact time. We'll know when we look at the maintenance logbooks, but it has flown before. Yes.
Is this type of aircraft one that you only the person that built it can fly it?
Oh no, anyone can fly it.
Any pilot.
Anyone can fly it. Yeah.
Because there's unofficial reports that the pilot is in the hospital. Do we know anything about that?
I've not heard about that. No. It was at 900 feet.
Talk at all about whether or not this plane had been flown before, if it was built in 2011 and then just...
I'll let the NTSB have.
Oh yeah, no, it's built in 2011, and the owner is based in Fullerton. So yeah, I don't have the exact time. We'll know when we look at the maintenance logbooks, but it has flown before. Yes.
Is this type of aircraft one that you only the person that built it can fly it?
Oh no, anyone can fly it.
Any pilot.
Anyone can fly it. Yeah.
Because there's unofficial reports that the pilot is in the hospital. Do we know anything about that?
I've not heard about that. No.
What is the range of this kit-built aircraft?
It could fly, off the top of my head, this is time range. It could probably fly to 5 to 6 hours at approaching 200 knots. So.
And again, will you just say the type of this kit?
Yeah, it's a Vans aircraft RV-10. So Romeo Victor 10. Yeah, Vans Aircraft Victor Alpha November Sierra aircraft, and it's Romeo Victor 10.
Romeo what?
Victor 10. And you have the registration number. You can look it up on the FAA database, and that'll give you the exact more details.
This type of aircraft doesn't have a black box, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's not required to. But it has a fair amount of electronics on board that we can often extract data from pertaining to the flight.
And to recap all this, so the next step for you is to keep investigating. What are you going to base your next your findings on? The recordings of the
combination of everything. So we'll obviously be looking at the wreckage tomorrow on scene within the factory, documenting as much as we possibly can. We'll be walking around trying to get video camera footage, talking to witnesses. We'll be extracting the electronic data that's on board. And then from there, we'll remove it and we'll do a far more forensic investigation in a remote facility. Those are really the basic steps.
Just to be clear, when the pilot said they need to return, immediately after flying, the air tower said, this area is clear to land.
Yeah, immediately presumed there was an emergency. Actually stated the tower said immediate return. Yes, confirmed that they could immediately land any runway. The tower clearly knew there was a problem. The tower controller.
Well, there you have it. Plane crash in California. But while all of this is going on, okay, don't forget, we have a commander-in-chief as of now, President Joe Biden. While this stuff is going on, take a look at what the president is doing. He is giving Medal of Honor. While all of this is going on, this is what the president is doing.
The title in American is not president, but citizen. It's we the people.
All right,
These are the words of the rock upon which this entire nation has been built, not hyperbole. It's fitting that we gather here in the East Room next to the portrait of Teddy Roosevelt, a reformer, a soldier, a governor, a president. He promoted the cause of active citizenship. Despite his rugged individualism, he believed in forging common ground. To paraphrase him, he once said, and I quote, "Grave perils are yet to be encountered in the stormy course of a republic, but there's no reason we should fear them or doubt our capacity to overcome them. If we each endeavor to live so as to deserve the high praise of being called a good American citizen." That's who you all are. good American citizens. That's the story of our nation, carried forward by heart, hard work, and the American people. For those who were here before our founding,
Okay.
those born generations later who immigrated here seeking the blessings of America, is a story of yet another great president I miss, Jimmy Carter. May we all strive to measure up to his highest standard of active citizenship in our time, and to the higher standard set by women and men we celebrate here today. You know, for the final time as president, I have the privilege of bestowing the Presidential Citizens Medal, one of our nation's highest honors, on an extraordinary, and I mean an extraordinary group of Americans. The Citizens Medal recognizes, quote, citizens of the United States of America who performed exemplary deeds of service to their country and to their fellow citizens. Over 50 years, presidents of both parties have awarded this medal to Americans who have met that high calling. Diplomats and doctors, conservationists, community organizers, philanthropists, faith leaders. You know, I've been honored to present law enforcement officers who defended our Capitol on January 6th and the state and local election officials, elected leaders who defended the free and fair election of 2020. Today, we celebrate a new group of Americans who dedicated their careers to serving our democracy in other essential ways. Some of you I've known and worked for a long time, none longer than Ted Kaufman. Others I've admired your character from afar. You're all, and I mean this sincerely, you're all incredible, incredible. You're activists who turned pain into purpose, forced open the doors of equality and justice, attorneys who changed not just the laws but society and brought America closer to our highest stated ideals. You are elected officials who served in difficult times with honor, decency, and ensure our democracy delivers. Storytellers who have shown light in darkness, and educators who have kindled new flames of imagination. You are veterans who revolutionized trauma care, won recognition for women, and built new foundations for peace. Together, you embody, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, the essential truth. We're a great nation. We're a great nation because we're a good people. A good people. I've said it before. Our democracy begins and will be preserved in the habits of our heart and our character and our optimism that tested yet endures, and our courage that digs deep, real deep when we need it as a nation, and our empathy that fuels our common project of our willingness to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. I think it's pretty damn simple. Our democracy begins and ends with the duties of citizenship. That's our work for the ages. That's what all of you, and I mean this, all of you embody. It's now my honor to award the Presidential Citizens Medal. I'm going to ask the military aide to read each recipient's name as I welcome them to the stage and they receive the medal. Thank you for being here, and thank you to all the families, because all these awards are being given today are in no small part because of all the support you gave them. Thank you, thank you.
The Presidential Citizens Medal recipients: Mary L. Bonato, for securing the right of every American to marry whom they love. Bill Bradley for bringing the values of the game to a life of public service. Frank K. Butler Jr. for transforming battlefield trauma care for the U.S. military and saving countless lives around the world. Elizabeth L. Cheney for putting the
great.
American people over party.
Oh my God. Liz Cheney got the Citizens Medal Award. Liz Cheney got the Presidential Citizens Medal Award for putting party over for putting people over party. What is that? For putting people over party. I mean, what is going on here?
Elizabeth L. Cheney for putting the American people over party.
So she's getting an award for supporting Kamala Harris and opposing Trump. Basically, this is what this award is about. Liz Cheney's award is about supporting Kamala and opposing Trump, because the announcer just said Liz Cheney for putting the American people first over party. What does that mean? It means she put the people first for saying don't vote for Trump. So because she said don't vote for Trump, he's a bad person, vote for Kamala, she gets an award. This, you can never make this up, y'all. You can never make this up. She gets the Presidential Citizens Medal Award for saying vote for Kamala Harris and don't vote for Trump. And Trump signed, it brought together leaders of the world and signed a peace deal, okay? The Abrams Accord, and he never got the Nobel Peace Prize. This is the same thing they did to Obama. They gave Obama the Nobel Peace Prize for just being the president of the United States. And Trump did all of those things in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Guess what? No Nobel Peace Prize. But here goes Liz Cheney winning the Presidential Citizens Medal for saying, don't vote for Trump, vote for Kamala. What is this? What is going on? Oh my God, bro. This is the worst. What was it telling her right here? Like, you could tell she's like, come on, let my hand go. Look at her face right here. Look at her. She's like, let my hand go, Joe. Let my hands go, Joe. I gotta go, Joe. Come on, Joe. Because you know, as soon as the OG gets in here and Cash Patel gets in the FBI, I'm getting the lawsuits. So let my hands go. This ain't gonna save me. I wanted a presidential pardon, a presidential citizen medal. It's not gonna save me, Joe. Give me a blanket pardon. Look at her face. And somebody said Time Magazine gave Trump Man of the Year 2024. Of course. I mean, who was matter of fact, he should have been getting Man of the Year since 2016 because he's been saying the facts. So Time giving him Man of the Year. Who the hell is Time? Okay, Time Magazine. That's a magazine. Don't forget that. This is the president of the free world. This is the commander in chief of the United States Army. This is the president of the greatest nation on earth. He is giving a person the highest citizens award for saying, don't vote for Trump, vote for Kamala. And you're comparing that to Times Magazine? No, I don't think so.
Christopher J. Dodd for carrying the torch of public service. Denise Rohan, accepting on behalf of Diane Carlson Evans. Gracie Galloway, accepting on behalf of Joseph L. Galloway, for his patriotism and service as a renowned war correspondent.
Yeah, it's way too many people. Bunch of BS. There we go. I mean, I gotta play back Liz Cheney, y'all. I gotta play back Liz Cheney. Where Liz Cheney at?
Elizabeth L. Cheney, for putting the American people over party. Christopher J. Dodd.
Okay.
We got a lot of very important senators in this room and friends of mine, including that guy right there. Stand up. Come on. Come on, Matthew, stand up. I'm not, you stand up, man. And you want to know who to blame because I'm president? Jim, stand up. South Carolina. All the members of the House and Senate, stand up. And the guy who should be standing here, should have been standing here, who is not only as a brave heart, but physically one of the bravest people I've ever known in my life, John Kerry. John Kerry. Look, I want to thank you all again and to your families for your service to the nation. And by the way, it's not hyperbole to suggest that you, the families, have had such an incredible impact on all that they've done and all that the country's done. We know it's not one single person that does it. No woman or man can go out and do the things they do without the support of their family. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And congratulations. Let's remember, our work continues. We've got a lot more work to do. Keep this going. We have to, every time I walk out of my grandpa Finnegan's house, Tommy's heard me say this 100 times.
Okay,
He
here we
yelled,
go.
Joey, keep the faith. My grandmother said, no, Joey, spread it. Let's go spread the faith, okay? God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Enjoy the reception. Thank you.
Guys, don't forget, this is while New Orleans is going bunkers. This is while a Tesla just exploded due to fireworks in it with some explosives in front of Trump's store. Don't forget, this is while a plane crash happened in California. This is while all of this is going on. Our president, Joe Biden, is giving out the Presidential Citizens Medal Award and having the Presidential Citizens Medal ceremony. He's giving Liz Cheney an award for saying, don't vote for Trump, vote for Kamala. Awesome. All right. There you have it. All right, Mike Johnson. What does Mike Johnson have to say, the Speaker of the House?
Now, more importantly, joining me now is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Speaker, welcome. Thank you for your time, sir. I know it's very hectic.
Hey, Larry, great to be with you. And I appreciate your endorsement and certainly humbled and honored to have yours and President Trump's and former Speaker Gingrich and all of our friends. All the leaders across the conservative movement are all saying the same thing, as you just said. We have to stay unified. Larry, we can fulfill all those campaign promises that the American people have given us a mandate to do if we stay unified. And that's the key here. And I think it all begins tomorrow, and I'm confident we can do that.
Speaker, let me just begin quickly. I know a lot's been said and reported and so forth and so on, but here we are in the later afternoon. Your thoughts on the terror in New Orleans. You, of course, are from Louisiana, up in Shreveport and so forth. People are criticizing the FBI. The intel agencies didn't know this was coming. They seem to have missed it. You probably know a ton more than I'll ever know about this. Is there anything you've got to add to the conversation so far? What are you thinking here, sir?
I wish I had more to add. I participated in the classified level briefing earlier this afternoon by the intelligence agencies and the FBI. Of course, I've talked to my governor down there, Jeff Landry, who's a very close friend of mine, our Attorney General, Liz Murrill. They're doing a great job on the ground. The state officials are. The local officials are doing all that they can, but we need our federal partners to do their job. And there is some frustration, as was articulated at the top of the program, that I think is very well placed. You know, for 4 years now, the Biden administration has taken its eye off the ball. I mean, they did not prioritize, in our view, the right things. And the FBI was off doing all these various and sundry things, putting their emphasis in their investigations and their eye on, you know, conservative Catholics and concerned parents at school board meetings and all these other things. They tried to convince us that the greatest threat to the homeland was racially motivated extremism, when we all looked at the wide open border and thought logically that that might lead to terrorist attacks in the future. You know, we need a dramatic change. And this emphasizes once again why this election was so important to the country. And we cannot get President Trump here soon enough. 18 days away from his inauguration and his cabinet coming in. And we need all of these people that he's chosen who are law and order types who will get control of these agencies, including the FBI and the DOJ, to get to work immediately. It can't happen soon enough.
You know, when these tragedies happen, always occurs to me, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Speaker, 2 cops were hit, they were wounded, but they're okay. Is that true?
That's the latest information. That's right. I think there's now 15 confirmed dead, 14 or 15, and it's just a tragedy. A lot of young people, innocent people out just enjoying the new year. And this vicious attack was pure evil. And, the problem that we have right now, the thing that has frustrated us is that this seems to be very reactionary. When we have known for many months that an attack like this was possible and perhaps imminent. I mean, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified to Congress here many months ago, back in the spring, that all the red lights were flashing and that this was a serious situation. So we knew that large-scale events, when people are on big, pedestrian areas in the street, like the French Quarter in New Orleans, my home state, that they would be vulnerable for something like this. And the idea that somehow we miss this guy being radicalized is a real concern.
Well, our hearts and condolences go out to everybody. I always think of the cops first, but to all the families. I hope that those who are wounded can get through. Let's talk about tomorrow's vote on the speakership. How do you look, sir?
I think it's going to be okay, Larry. We'll have maybe one no vote, I think. I think we get it done on the first round. Certainly hopeful for that because, as we noted, we've got to stick together. We'll be operating with the smallest margin in U.S. history for much of the first 100 days of the Congress, and perhaps longer into the year. So it necessitates that every single Republican, as diverse as our caucus is, can put aside their personal preferences every day and work together for the team. And I think everybody understands clearly the mandate that we have, the importance of the moment, and I think they're going to come and get.
That's the facts. The Republican Party has to stick together, just like the Democrat Party does. They stick together. If Republican wants to make wave and allow the president-elect Donald J. Trump fulfill his mandate that was given to him by over 76 million people, they have to stick together. Enough of the BS. Forget about your differences or whatever. Stick together, rally together, and get the job done. Because everybody's already against the Republican Party at this point, especially the OG Trump. So they want to see him fail. Like, they don't even care if him failing means the United States fails. They don't care. Okay? People they just hate Trump to that level. Like, we just want him to fail. But do you understand that he is going to be the president of the United States? Do you want him to fail? Don't you think that's going to affect the United States? If you're Democrat, a Republican, Independent, Green Party, whatever party you support, you should actually support Trump at this point because he is the president of the United States for the next 4 years at least. Just support him. Just support him and pray for him and hope he makes the right decisions. Just hope, okay? He's already said everything he was going to do during the rally, during the roundtable conversation, during the campaign trails. That's why people voted for him. Just hope all of these distractions don't intensify. Let him focus on what he's supposed to do. Everybody should be on that vibe right now. I mean, Jesus.
Get along. Look, I'm a proven fighter. I'm a MAGA conservative, but I'm also someone who can get everyone in that broad array that we have in the House GOP to work together. And that's what's necessary in the days ahead. And that's how we're going to deliver on the America First agenda for the people. So we can't wait to get started.
Is President Trump making calls for you, Speaker?
I was with him yesterday at Mar-a-Lago. He and I and J.D. Vance and the Vice President-elect, his senior team. We talked about the legislative strategy and all of that, and he said, "Who do I need to call?" I don't think he's calling this afternoon because I haven't identified anybody that he needs to lean on. My conversations with my colleagues have gone great, and a lot of members have come in very thoughtfully, in good faith, with process improvements and things they'd like to see differently. The good news is, Larry, we're shifting into a brand new paradigm. We are going to have unified government. We'll have control of the White House, the Senate, and the House. 60% of the House Republicans have never experienced that before. So it's a totally different environment, totally different existence when we're actually in a lawmaking exercise every day. So we should have a lot more fun. We get to run our agenda instead of playing defense every day, and we're looking forward to that.
So as I said earlier, there's no time for dawdling. You've got a certification process January 6th, which is Monday. So tomorrow's January 3rd, Friday. Yeah. So some's got to give. Correct me if I'm wrong, but procedurally, if we don't have a speaker, we don't have a House, we don't have a certification, then we don't conceivably go to January 20th and have a President Trump.
Yeah, we would have ourselves a constitutional crisis, I would argue. You have to have a speaker to begin and commence the Congress itself. And this happens every 2 years. We've been doing this for hundreds of years now. I think we'll do it again tomorrow. We'll get the 119th Congress going, historic as it will be. And I've said, and I said on the campaign trail all year, I genuinely believe, Larry, we could be the most consequential Congress of the modern era, because I believe President Trump will be the most consequential president, because very frankly, as you and I have discussed many times, we actually have to fix everything. And that has to begin on day one. So we don't have any time to waste.
Exactly.
And I think that everybody recognizes that here.
Well, speaking of fixing everything, and speaking of blue-collar booms and safety at the border and maybe stopping these terrorists and so forth, how about it? Some people are close to Mr. Trump are reporting that he is talking about one big, beautiful reconciliation bill. One big, beautiful bill, Speaker. What do you make about one big, beautiful bill? Does your reimagining one big, beautiful bill, and how might that work in the Senate side at the same time?
Well, look, I think the Senate will get it done, and I think, all this begins in the House. I believe that we'll be able to build a coalition to do that. One big, beautiful bill will have a lot of components if that's ultimately the play call. There's a lot of merit to it because we've got to get tax done and energy policy and the border and everything you've said all in one big shot. But the clock will be ticking. We'll have a lot of pressure on us on time because the American people are going to want to see results. Some of those negotiations by design take a long time because you got to get it right. And but I tell you what, everybody here is ready to roll their sleeves up and get the job done. We're going to put in processes and procedures to make that collaboration happen on a very quick timetable, and we'll be required to do that. But I think we're going to be able to get this ball over the goal line for the people, and it's going to be a huge thing for the country.
Well, I don't want to obsess about it, but you'll permit me to obsess slightly about it, a moderate obsessing about it. But it's going to be awful hard to get two bites out of the apple. You're going to have a tight majority in the House, a very tight majority in the House. The discussion on the continuing resolution to a large extent shows that. People who think that you can get a quick reconciliation bill, there's going to have to be offsets to any border spending anyway. Plus, there's going to be defense increases. I mean, I just think, Mr. Speaker, I think one big, beautiful bill is the way to go. And I do think, Mr. Trump got a mandate for change, an enormous mandate for change from his working class coalition, and the prospects of assuring or reassuring people, fatten your wallets, you'll get the tax cuts Mr. Trump promised, the blue-collar boom can begin right away, along with closing the border and so forth. I just think you owe it to your new majority to do one big, beautiful bill.
Yes, you have made your case well, Professor, and they're all listening. And we cite Kudlow here on the Hill when we're in the discussion room. Well, Larry Kudlow says it. No, and there are others as well. There's a lot of smart people who are advising on this and sharing their opinions, and it's very valuable because this is going to be a big, complicated thing, but it's something that we are going to do. And look, always, you know me personally, I appreciate your insight on that and others. I was talking to our incoming Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, about this, and many others, our friends, Stephen Moore and Art Laffer and the rest. And they make a very compelling case about the one bill strategy. And I think a lot of people are listening, Larry. We want to ensure success. This is about measuring the probabilities of passage. And we've got to take the best shot that we can to get it all done. And we have no margin for error. So it's going to be a delicate dance here, but we're going to get that delivered for the people. So I appreciate all your influence on it.
Well, I don't know if I have any influence, but I do have a point of view, and many share that. You just mentioned a bunch of people that share that point of view. I think I know where your heart lies. But I think what I mentioned about the president in his own language, one big, beautiful bill, he's been pretty steady on that. I've had reports from U.S. senators and senior staff and others, yourself included, that this first surfaced at the Army-Navy game, which was whatever it was.
Some people say Trump didn't get a mandate. What do you mean he didn't get a mandate? He had over 76 million people vote for him, majority vote. He got all swing states. He won all the swing state electoral college. So when last did a Republican win the majority vote? When last? probably in year 2000, probably. But this man he got the majority vote. He got the electoral college. He got the swing states, all swing states. So like it was flawless victory.
Was a month ago or so. I don't think he's moved on that. And I think you have to deliver. I mean, I think it's promises made, promises kept. You don't want to make the mistakes of 2017 when quixotically Republicans went after, Obamacare and this and that, and almost didn't get the tax cut through in late 2017. This time it's Russian roulette with a $4 or $5 trillion tax hike. So again, I don't want to obsess about it, at least not over.
Yes, it is what it is. A lot of people say Mike Johnson is a snake. That's what a lot of people are saying, even Republicans. However, to me, this man is articulate, a very skillful communicator. He knows what he's talking about. He helped Trump win the presidential election. Anybody can have their own opinion. However, this man helped Trump win the election, as well as Elon Musk, Marjorie Taylor Greene, J.D. Vance, a lot of people, okay, Joe Rogan, a lot of people helped Trump win the election. However, Mike Johnson was part of these people. All right. With that being said, Alejandro Mayorkas gives an update on the deadly terror attack that happened in New Orleans and just everything bubbling up in the United States right now. See what he has to say. Of course, Mayorkas sometimes says some bunch of BS, but let's listen.
President Joe Biden getting a briefing from his Homeland Security team in the wake of the Las Vegas explosion and New Orleans terror attack. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas joins us now.
Every time they show us a picture like this, every single time they show us a picture like this of Joe Biden with a bunch of people, serious looking, and have water and papers in front of their table, acting like, they're working. Every single time, this is what we get. Joe Biden is in the situation room right now, working hard, says Kamala Harris. I don't think so.
Team in the wake of the Las Vegas explosion and New Orleans terror attack. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas joins us now. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Please do give us an update at the very top here on what you have learned, especially as we got an update from Las Vegas where officials there say they have not been able to make a connection between these two attacks, but they haven't ruled anything out or in on that yet. What update can you give us, sir?
Well, thank you very much for having me. The first and foremost, our hearts break for the families and the loved ones of the individuals who lost their lives in New Orleans yesterday. Indeed, the Federal Bureau of Investigation that is leading the investigation both in New Orleans and in Las Vegas, Nevada, has not found any connection between those two incidents. The most important development in the yet still preliminary investigation in New Orleans is the FBI's reassessment that, in fact, this individual, born in the United States, a U.S. citizen, appears to have been acting alone and not in concert with other individuals.
But indeed, the FBI has confirmed that that was 100% an ISIS-inspired attack. So what assurances can you give us that there are not more of these terrorists on the homeland today?
So this does appear to be an individual, a U.S. citizen, radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology, specifically the ISIS ideology. This is a phenomenon of homegrown violent extremists that we have seen develop and emerge over the past 10 years. The ISIS goal is to have Americans live in fear, and we cannot allow them to succeed in that regard. Our democracy, our way of life must prevail. We will continue to enjoy and flourish in our democratic way of life and not allow an atmosphere of fear to prevail and therefore have ISIS's goal succeed. We will not allow that to occur.
Got it. And just a moment ago, President Biden was speaking, Mr. Secretary. He said ISIS will find no safe harbor here. I just want to put up some numbers on the screen. These are numbers our audience are familiar with. We look at them every day because they do change. And this is the number of encounters, encounters of those coming over the border that are on the terror watch list. 16 since October alone. In all of 2024, 155 coming over the border into the United States. You look at the number in the year 2021, 703 encounters of those coming over the border on the terror watch list. How can we be sure that ISIS won't find a safe harbor here?
Oh, it is our highest responsibility to ensure the safety and security of the American people. And in the service of that responsibility, we screen and vet individuals, and individuals who pose a threat to public safety or national security are prioritized for immigration detention and removal from the United States. And looking at the matter before us, the tragedy in New Orleans yesterday, we are dealing with a United States citizen born in the state of Texas who was radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology. But let me be clear, whatever the nature of the threat, those who pose a threat to the American people are our highest priority for law enforcement action, as our laws provide, and we enforce and execute those laws every single day. And so many people in our department do so at risk to their own well-being.
There are going to be many who are going to hear you say that and wonder why more hasn't been done to stop people from illegally coming into the country. Mr. Secretary, I looked back at March 12th, and I was reminded when Christopher Wray, heading up the FBI, said that the terror level in this country has reached a whole new level. Worried about those who are here who will inspire acts like, by the way, the one that just happened in New Orleans. He said the terror level threat is higher than before October 7th. So one might wonder why there hasn't been a change in policy that has led to that.
Well, there has been a change in policy. Quite frankly, the number of individuals encountered at our southern border on a daily basis now is lower than it was in 2019, the last year before the pandemic, number one. Number two, Director Wray was speaking of the fact that we have a diverse set of challenges that our country is facing, and I've spoken publicly about this as well. We have the persistent threat of foreign terrorism that really gave rise to the Department of Homeland Security in the first instance after the tragic events of 9/11. We have the individuals already resident in the United States radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology, or over the last 8 years, what we've seen, anti-government sentiment, false narratives spread online, personal grievances. And the third major threat vector is adverse nation states, such as the People's Republic of China, Russia, and Iran, that we counter every single day.
I'm pushing through a lot here because we're going to run out of time soon. But as far as what you can reveal to the American public you are doing, I mean, in case in point, in New Orleans, this particular terrorist was pledging his allegiance to ISIS on social media. We have yet to hear about how those videos were eventually taken down, whether that was through the social media network or the federal government. Perhaps you can give us more information on that.
No, he can't. No, he can't. Yeah, he cannot give you any information. Let me just tell y'all right now. When you have elected officials and they come on TV and the media news and all they could tell you is calm you down. We're doing our best. We are currently doing our best, okay? Well, your best is not enough because you have, think about this, guys. These people have all the resources, like any resources that you think in your mind that the government has, they do. Okay? The government has all the resources it needs to find anybody, solve any situation. But then what they do is they come on TV and tell you, we're working hard. We're doing our best. No, you ain't. No, you're not doing your best. No, no, no. No, you're not. You're going to have to do your best, like for real.
But why was this person out there pledging allegiance to ISIS and not known by the government?
Well, there was no public expressions of his allegiance to ISIS except shortly before the tragic events of yesterday. Let me be clear. We work very closely with state and local officers, enforcement officials, to identify individuals who are exhibiting signs of radicalization to violence.
Someone says, well, how do you know? Are you in the government? Let me just tell you something. NASA has contracted a man called Elon Musk, and they shoot rocket into space. Okay? They have satellite in space. We have technologies that even your heart cannot comprehend. And then they come on TV and tell you, we're working on this, we're working on that. It's like as simple as homelessness in California. They've spent billions of dollars on homelessness in California. Yet California still has one of the highest level of homelessness. So when you say, how do you know they can solve anything? Yes, they can, if they truly want to. Because this right here ain't it.
We work very closely with residents in communities. We have expressed since the tenure of Secretary Janet Napolitano in the first Obama-Biden administration, see something, say something. If somebody sees something of concern, they need to report it to officials. Yeah. The responsibility of Homeland Security is a shared responsibility, and we're proud to partner with people across the country.
Real quickly, Mr. Secretary, and again, we do appreciate your time. We just had the incoming National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, on this network saying that he believes that these two events will have a big impact on Trump's confirmation process of his national security picks. What is your reaction to that?
It is always a priority to ensure that qualified nominees, especially in the national security space, are confirmed. Whether or not these individual nominees will be confirmed is a prerogative of the United States Senate under our advice and consent structure, and I defer to the United States Senate for those determinations.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mayorkas. Thank you. All right, Tom Homan. Here we go.
And Tom Homan now, the incoming Trump administration border czar. Tom, great to have you here. And I want to get to New Orleans again in just a second, but we just got this fresh information out of Las Vegas, and the police chief there giving us a lot of new details. I want to get your reaction to. He characterized what they're learning on the ground there in Las Vegas as a suicide with a bombing that occurred immediately thereafter. They're not aware of any other subjects involved in that case. While they are aware of the similarities to the person who carried out the attack in New Orleans, they are not able to directly tie these two events together. They have no evidence that they are tied together, but they do not believe any further threat from that particular incident is out there at this time. What was your reaction to what you heard?
Well, look, I think the further the investigation goes, I think they are going to find a connection between the two incidents. But look, they're both suicide events. The man in New Orleans certainly had no plans of going home for getting out and trading gunfire with law enforcement. So I think both these men realized they weren't going home after this event. But the threats aren't over. I've been on this network for 4 years talking about the threats coming across our southern border. And, we got a record number of known gotaways. Over 2 million people enter this country. We don't know who they are or where they came from or what their purpose to come to this country. They weren't vetted, they weren't screened, they weren't fingerprinted. We don't know who they are. And since the Border Patrol and CBP arrested well over 300 people on terrorist watch list, how many of that 2.2 million who escaped apprehension, who escaped vetting, who escaped fingerprinting, came from a country sponsoring terror. Even Christopher Wray, the director of FBI, said numerous times under testimony in front of Congress that this is the biggest national security vulnerability he's seen. I agree with him. So we're not out of the woods. This country is in grave danger. We need to secure that border. And despite what's happened the last 2 days in Las Vegas and in New Orleans, this administration is not stopping. They're still releasing thousands of people every week through the CBP-1 app, the CHMV program, and Border Patrol continues to release people in this country without proper vetting. This is not a good thing, and I can't wait for the new administration to take power and secure this border and protect our national security.
Well, the police chief was asked about the incident in Las Vegas, if they had seen any motivation and inspiration from any terror group. They had not identified anything there yet, I should say, at least. They said they're very heavily still in the middle of that investigation. But to the point in New Orleans and the FBI update that we all just got a short time ago, the FBI confirmed that the suspect in New Orleans posted videos online Tuesday night claiming that he had joined ISIS before the summer and provided a will and testament. So they did confirm that he was indeed inspired by that terror group to carry out that vicious, violent, heinous act and attack there in New Orleans.
Well, that brings another issue. I think the incoming administration needs to look at insider threat. I mean, insider threat analysis has been put in the back seat by this administration. If we got 2 people who served in the military that were that committed these terrorist acts. We need to really dig down into insider threat in our military, in our federal service, whether it's the FBI, whether it's other agencies, whether it's the military. Insider threat's a big issue, especially in our industry that has infrastructure responsibilities. We need to drill down and find out about this inspiration and what insider threat is currently in the United States government, military, and in the United States government service, and address them right away. We got to address insider threat. We have to. We can't let this go on any further.
Tom, just to circle back there, you said earlier, and you just referenced again a terrorist connection there in Las Vegas. The police chief said they haven't identified that, but to your point, you said you believed as this investigation carries out in Las Vegas that I believe you just said you believe they will find a connection. Do you have any other information, or have you been privy to any other information other than what we just directly heard from the police there in Las Vegas?
No, I don't. This is a gut feeling. I've done this for 3.5 decades. I just think there's too many similarities, too much coincidence. I think something down the road they're going to show there's some sort of connection, whether it's they got whether it's some same network or where they got the tools to pull these terrorist attacks off. I just feel like there's going to be something down the road, and I could be wrong. It's just a gut feeling I have.
Got it.
I support Tom Homan. Straight up support Tom Homan. People say his face looks like the border wall. More on Tom Homan. Let's go.
Joining us now with more on how to improve our national security. There's so much. Incoming czar, border czar, czar in general. Tom, I'll make you the czar of everything. Tom Homan is with us. You've got a lot on your plate. Everyone we know is praying for New Orleans. They're praying for you, President Trump, everyone coming in, Marco Rubio. It's a whole team of people who now are going to have this country's back, thank God. But when you see this, and Biden's statement, 3 minutes long, not really encouraging, very strange kind of statements about, who he was and that he was an American like that. It's very strange because now we have millions of people we don't know who they are, hundreds of people regarding the terrorist watch list, people who are dangerous, who are roaming about. What do you think this says? Is this going to be?
Thank you for tuning into the live show. If you're just tuning in, thank you. It is your boy, Genesis. So somebody here says, heard they all served at Fort Bragg. Yes, the guy that shot himself in the Tesla before the explosion happened in front of Trump's hotel in Las Vegas was an active military guy. He served at Fort Bragg. He was also deployed to Afghanistan, as well as the Army veteran that did the chaos in New Orleans. He also served in Fort Bragg and was also deployed to Afghanistan. So that may be a correlation as well. But according to the FBI and the law enforcement, they're saying there is no correlation at this point. Okay. But just according to what the information we're getting is, if they both served at Fort Bragg different times, also was deployed or were deployed to Afghanistan at different times, and also both got the car on the same car app called Turo. Man, seem like it's a lot of similarities to me.
A normal occurrence, or is this just the burst of a couple of rogue terrorists or coincidences? What's your take so far today?
No, more is coming. I think both these incidents, Las Vegas and New Orleans, they're both going to be U.S. citizens. They're both going to have recent foreign travel. They're both on a suicide mission. Neither one thought they're going to go home. And I think you're going to see ISIS affiliation on both of them. But, the president bragged today, this is U.S. citizen American. He shouldn't hang his hat on that, because let's remember, just a couple of months ago, we arrested 8 people from Tajikistan in New York City, Philadelphia, and L.A. that were planning a terrorist-type event, a Russian-type terrorist event here in the United States. Luckily, the intel community called them before they did it. And let's remember, we got over 2 million gotaways, known gotaways on our southern border. Border Patrol has arrested people from 180 countries. Many of these countries sponsor terror. They've arrested over 300 people on the terrorist watch list. Under Trump, we had 14. So I wouldn't hang his hat on these attacks being done by U.S. citizens. It's coming. Even Christopher Wray, who I have very little respect in, it says the southern border is the biggest national security vulnerability he's ever seen.
Also just the fact, the inspiration of it, right? I think that was the Al Qaeda magazine name, right? Is that it's an inspiration for people. And when just the fact that there seems to be no one at home, no matter who you are or where you're coming in from, it inspires the bad actors. It's like, if you want to get something done now, this is the time to do it, because no one's at home. And Trump is coming in 19 days. And that seems to be something that people, the bad guys, are concerned about, as they should be.
Well, look, they've been emboldened. Look what this administration done. First of all, they relaxed the sanctions against Iran, gave them billions of more dollars so they can fund terrorism. Right? You see marches down New York City, the streets of New York City, on the college campuses of people carrying ISIS flags and asking for the death of America. And we allow this stuff to happen. This administration took a weak stance on this stuff. And the southern border, I'll mention it again, where tomorrow, I guarantee you, this week they're going to continue to release thousands of people from the southern border, either through the CBP-1 app, or they're going to fly them in from Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Haiti through the CHMV program to our airports. Then Border Patrol is going to release thousands of more. Nothing's going to change tomorrow. This administration is not taking action against the criminal cartels, the terrorist organizations, or trying to secure our southern border. You can't have national security if you don't have border security. I don't know. I don't understand why they don't get that. I mean, it's common sense.
And this is, people are thinking about, the nature of who comes across the borders. You've mentioned, there's dozens of other countries other than Mexicans, the OTMs as they call them, from China, from Tajikistan, right, Cuba, and we're flying them in. It's a remarkable statement without any vetting at this point. It's almost like a deliberate, unforced error. Like you want this dynamic in here, and it's frightening. What will be some of the first day? We always wonder what the President Trump will do on his first day. For you, what is your first day agenda? What are the first things you need to get rid of and do, like the app and dealing with some of the elements with the border? What's on your first day agenda? First week, first day?
Well, I think day one, President Trump's going to secure the border. I think at the same time he secured the border, and we're going to do that by ending these ridiculous programs. You need to end CHMV. You need to end the CBP-1 app the way it's being used now, and catch and release. If you cross the border illegally, you're going to be detained, either that or removed. The law is clear. If you enter this country without proper documentation, You shall be detained. That's what the statute says. You shall be detained. Not maybe, not thinking about it. Let's release you. You shall be detained, and that's what the Trump administration would do. President Trump is committed to that. We're going to start the biggest deportation operation ever seen. Right out of the gate, we're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. That's why I get angry when I see governors and mayors saying they're going to try to prevent this from happening. Especially after today. What governor and mayor wants to stand in the way of removing public safety threats from their community?
Yeah, I mean, that's it. It is their own constituents using them like pawns in an environment that ruins everyone's lives. You know, this kind of crime, nobody knew who's all these people injured and the 15 murdered. You know, we don't care about their political party. We don't care about whether they're black or white or gay or straight. They're Americans, or perhaps they're visitors. They're people having a good time. It transcends all of that. And that's, I know, what you're focused on, what President Trump is focused on as well. The 20th, sir, can't come soon enough. Thanks for joining me tonight.
Hey, Sean Hannity. Facts. Straight up facts. Can't wait for the 20th. And they better keep him secured.
Let's bring in Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill. Madam Attorney General, thank you for joining us. What is your latest thinking on the security? I know you have said that perhaps another delay is in order. What can you tell us this morning?
Well, obviously, our first priority today is the safety of everybody in New Orleans while we kind of carry out and go through with this game. I did express some concern about that. I think that, you know, yesterday there were discussions about whether to have the game last night, which I frankly thought was absurd. We still had bodies that had to be removed from the ground and an open investigation to secure the crime scene. And so, you know, it seemed to me that that was not a hard decision to make, even if the logistics of it might have been more complicated.
You know, Madam Attorney General, the latest that we heard was there were more suspects that helped this gentleman carry out this plot. How do you have a game? How do you have any type of mass event when you have people potentially that contributed to this event that are still within the city or in greater Louisiana?
That's a very good question. I think that we have a lot of law enforcement presence in New Orleans. When I left there last night, all I could see were blue lights all over downtown New Orleans and the French Quarter. I know that the police have conducted a grid search of the entire area down in downtown and in the French Quarter and around the Superdome. So the governor has added 100 National Guard to that area to ensure that it is secure. But, you know, there's a lot going on. It's an active investigation of a crime scene after a terrorist event. And I don't think it's not possible to take this too seriously.
Attorney General, I just wonder, are officials on the same page here? I sense that you're not ready for this game to happen today.
Well, you know, they didn't ask my opinion about whether it should or it shouldn't, although I do have one. I think that, you know, we certainly want to reassure people that we feel like they are safe in New Orleans. I think this is a very serious event. I would like to talk to the FBI this morning and to reach out. My priority this morning is to reach out to the Department of Justice and the FBI and make sure that they are giving top priority to this investigation. The special agent in charge in New Orleans is out of the country. You know, that's the individual who has the most experience and knowledge about the city and experience with public officials in the city and in the state. So I want to make sure that they're taking this seriously and that they have put all of their best resources toward this investigation and that they are tracking these people down.
So, Madam Attorney General, if it was up to you, if they were asking your opinion and you were making the decision, would you postpone this game today, and for how long?
I would probably at least have postponed it till Friday. But, you know, I think that they have secured the city and, you know, it's okay, I guess, if they're going forward with it. But I would probably have at least delayed it.
It feels like you don't feel comfortable about this.
Well, they already went ahead to start the sugar bowl. So, yeah, this is not even current.
Well, you know, I was there while, you know, I was down out at the scene. There's a lot of law enforcement presence in the entire downtown area. I do feel like the city is secure, but we have 16 people who are dead. Their families are grieving. We have at least 10 more that are clinging to life in the hospital. And, I think that there's a certain degree of respect that we owe to the dead and to their families and the victims, and to acknowledge and recognize that this is an open investigation into a terrorist event.
So, Madam Attorney General, I want to get back to the investigation. Do we have any shots of the people that were potentially involved in this? Do y'all have any video of that? And what about the people that were questioned by law enforcement that you guys decided to release? What do we know about their status right now?
Well, to be clear, the FBI is in charge of this investigation. And so, the information that we have received is coming through the FBI. I have not received a lot of information from them. Yesterday, the priority was securing the scene and responding to the immediate area, making sure that it was secure. You guys have recognized already there are thousands of people right now in New Orleans. The hotels were full, and it's a complicated situation to manage. So I think it is. The one upside, I think, of going ahead and having the game is that those folks are going to go ahead and leave after the game is over, and that's going to make this easier.
Madam Attorney General, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to get a clear answer. The FBI has not updated you on the people that they released from custody that they interviewed yesterday to tell you if this is credible?
No.
That's unbelievable. Right. You're the Attorney General of the state, and they haven't given you any information on people that could have been involved with this? Are they stonewalling you? What's happening there?
I think that, again, it was a fluid situation yesterday. A lot of public officials all kind of wrapping their arms around the situation as it happened early in the morning. So I'm not ready to say that I'm being stonewalled, but my first priority this morning is to reach out to them and make sure that they are communicating with me and that they are updating me on the current status as it's happening. And I want reassurance that we have the top people in charge on the ground in New Orleans.
Could more have been done in advance of this attack to have prevented it, do you believe?
I don't think there's ever an event like this where we don't look back on it and say, could we have done more, and potentially identify ways that we could have done more. My
Absolutely.
First question, I know the governor's first question as we went into New Orleans yesterday morning after waking up to this was to ask what kind of bollards, what kind of positioning and was placed at the front of Bourbon Street. So I think everybody is rightfully asking those questions, but I can also tell you that there are thousands of people in New Orleans, probably from January through March, and the streets are always full. There are parades almost every single day. So, could they have secured that area better? Probably so. Were there other soft targets in areas where this individual could have hit multiple people? Yes. The answer to that would be yes.
Madam Attorney General, if I heard you correctly, I believe you just said that there were 16 dead. We have been given the official number at 15. Do you want to clarify that?
Well, I know that they confirmed yesterday that we're 15. I have heard the number 16 as well. So, I'll stick with 15 until we hear otherwise. But yesterday the number was a little bit fluid. The coroners have not confirmed some of the numbers. The numbers that I was seeing coming out of the hospital suggest that it might be 16.
Madam Attorney General, I want to get you.
But man. People just went out to celebrate the new year, and this is what they get. Just having a good time with your family, okay? Saying, whoo, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Next thing, this happens. Okay? This happens. Sad. Absolutely sad. You start the new year with a tragedy.
Terrorism experts are warning ISIS still poses a very dangerous global threat. The attack in New Orleans, a grim reminder of the group's reach years after U.S. and coalition forces dismantled its caliphate in the Middle East. CNN's Nick Robertson has a closer look.
2024 saw ISIS attacks spike. This massive concert hall attack in Moscow, killing more than 100 people in March. Their deadliest, claimed by their most active franchise, ISIS-K or ISKP, in Afghanistan. A month later, this bloody attack inside a Russian jail. 4 guards killed. A stabbing attack followed in Germany. They attacked in Afghanistan and Iran. Another of their estimated 10 franchises or provinces fought Nigerian troops.
We've seen a huge increase in tempo over the last year or two. In 2024, there were like 14 or 15 arrests related to the Islamic State in the U.S.
It's a far cry from 5 years ago, when ISIS appeared to be on the back foot. Their short-lived Iraq and Syrian caliphate beaten by US and coalition partners into a seeming surrender. But not anymore, according to MI5's intelligence chief.
After a few years of being pinned well back, they've resumed efforts to export terrorism. We and many European partners are detecting IS-connect activity in our homelands, which we're moving early to disrupt.
Taylor Swift.
Please.
An ISIS-inspired plot forcing her to call off her show. What has changed, Zelin says, is that ISIS is centralizing, learning from its mistakes in Syria.
They integrated a lot of their provinces together under this general directorate of provinces. So there's a bit more coordination on the global level within its network.
In the Mideast, the ISIS brand is apparently still attracting supporters, like these 3 Omanis in one of many such ISIS propaganda videos the terror group posts. Their bloody bounce back began several years ago, gaining temporary global attention, killing 13 US troops as coalition forces pulled out of Afghanistan in 2021. But since then, most of ISIS's recovery has not sparked massive global attention. That changes.
Do it, they'll do it, because for them it's a global war.
And a success for ISIS in this context could be as simple as an attacker like Shamsuddin Jabbar claiming, as he has done, to have acted in ISIS's name, even when he may not have had any physical support from them, Wolf.
Our thanks to CNN's Nick Robertson for that report. Nick, thank you very, very much. I want to bring in retired U.S. Army General Wesley Clark, the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. He's a CNN military analyst. General Clark, thanks so much for joining us. Jabbar, as you well know, and all of us know by now, was a U.S. citizen, a military veteran. How is ISIS ideology attractive to someone like him?
You know, he's a man who got out of the military. He had a really troubled personal life. He was failing in his marriage. He tried businesses failed. I think he was looking for anything to hold on to. And so unlike a young person who would be looking for some way to latch onto something for his identity, this guy was sliding downhill quickly. He would take anything at this point, I suppose. And somehow he was on the ISIS websites. And Wolf, what it says to me is we've got to do a better job of policing the websites, knowing who's on them, knowing who's back and forth in the correspondence and answering. You know, this is difficult to do. It takes a lot of manpower, and ISIS is learning and has learned how to elude U.S. surveillance and efforts. And so this is part of their resurgence. We're just going to have to do a better job on this.
It's absolutely true. We've seen several instances, General, as you well know, of ISIS-inspired incidents around the world in recent months. How is this terrorist organization still able to inspire these sorts of terror attacks?
I think there are always going to be people in a globalized economy.
One thing I do not want is Trump administration to linger this way. Okay, this isn't what we bargained for, okay? Everybody who voted for Trump I know Trump is not the president right now. He is the 47th president-elect. The president today is President Joe Biden, okay? And this is happening during President Joe Biden. But if this lingers till after January 20, it's going to be going into Trump's administration. So this isn't what we want on the news during Trump's administration. We want to see prosperity, stock market rising, inflation going down, affordability coming to America again. The border should be secured. Foreign policy should be Gucci. And, just everyday Americans getting a break because everybody have been going through a lot this past 4 years. This isn't what we want to see after January 20. We want to see all of this subside because, from now to the next 5-10 days, this may be what's going on the news.
Who either don't feel significant and are looking for some way to put meaning in their lives. That would be a young person who was alienated in school and early job, or someone in midlife, like this terrorist in New Orleans who has failed and is looking for anything and any support. He can be manipulated online by some clever leadership by ISIS. And this is really the danger. Maybe he didn't go online with the intent of killing a bunch of people and committing suicide, but then he's groomed into it. And that's what we really have to be careful of. Really, it's a whole of society approach. It's people who are friends and relatives looking out for each other. That's where it starts. And then it's an effective government surveillance program of these websites. And then it's neighbors and police and state security organizations who are clued in to the people who are at risk in their areas.
More updates. Okay. More updates. We're praying for peace, man. In Jesus'
Begin
name.
with the breaking news on the deadly truck ramming attack in New Orleans. New information is now emerging about the driver, as authorities now believe he acted alone. CNN's Omar Jimenez is joining us live from New Orleans right now, where Bourbon Street just reopened. Omar, what are you seeing there, and what are you hearing from investigators?
Yeah, Wolf. Well, for starters, yes, Bourbon Street is now reopened for the first time since.
General Liz Murrill. Attorney General, thank you so much for joining us on this very, very busy day for you. It's been roughly, as you know, about 36 hours since the attack. Bourbon Street is reopened. The Sugar Bowl is underway. Are you confident New Orleans is now secure and safe?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just returned from New Orleans, and there is an enormous police presence in New Orleans. I feel very confident that the city is incredibly secure. And, it's just been a tough 36 hours.
Very tough indeed. No way to start a new year. CNN Attorney General has obtained some exclusive video from a doorbell camera showing the suspect outside of his rental home just a few hours before the attack. How important will bystander video and photos, for that matter, be for this overall investigation?
It's been very important, and I know that the FBI is still asking for all kinds of tips and footage and any information on any interaction that anybody had with this individual so that it can help them create a more complete picture of all of his movements. And, even before that, long before that, they want to put a better picture together of who this person was and how he came to be so radicalized and so hate-filled that he mowed down 40 people on Bourbon Street yesterday morning.
Horrible situation. CNN Attorney General has obtained memos from the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI warning law enforcement just last month about potential lone actors using vehicles as weapons. What more do you think could have been done to prevent an attack like this one?
This is a known risk. I mean, I think that everybody has been preparing this. I think all law enforcement has known that lone actors, lone kind of wolf actors could be a threat. but long before a month ago. So that's not breaking news, I think, to law enforcement. Certainly, we've expected potential for things like that to happen in New Orleans because there are parades all of the time during Mardi Gras. And, so you're all constantly dealing with traffic, not necessarily people who are angry and want to kill other people, but you always have the risk of drunk drivers and things like that. So I think there's just always been some effort to protect against that in New Orleans. And there was a vehicle placed at the front of Bourbon Street. It did not cover the entirety of the area, so the sidewalk was still open.
And that was so horrible indeed. Did you or anyone in your office receive any sort of credible threat information about some kind of attack around the New Year's holiday?
No one has reported receiving any kind of threat that would have led anybody to believe that there was anything other than the kind of trying to prepare and avoid the possibility of some kind of act, but nobody had any information of any kind of threat.
We know dozens were injured in this brutal attack, and you said yesterday, Attorney General, that some were now still fighting for their lives. What can you tell us about how they are doing right now?
Well, I know that there are over 20 people still in the hospital. I think 23 is the count that I saw last. 10 of those people are still in critical condition. And we've lost a significant number of lives. I think this morning they confirmed 15 counting the truck driver, but 14 people because of his actions. And we've got 10 people still in critical condition. So, I mean, it was a terrible, terrible loss.
Terrible. One final question, Attorney General, before I let you go. The Super Bowl is scheduled to be in New Orleans early next month. Are you guys ready for it? Are the fans, the 80,000 or whatever number of fans who are planning on attending, are they going to be safe?
They are going to be safe. I'm confident that they're going to be safe and that we're going to have a great game and a great time in the city of New Orleans for the Super Bowl. I know that everyone, including me, are doubling down our efforts to reevaluate every possible weak point in our city. The Super Bowl committee will be part of that. The federal government will be part of that, and state and local officials will be part of that. So I'm confident that we are going to look at this again with fresh eyes after this incident, and we will have a safe Super Bowl.
Breaking news, the family of Shamsuddin Jabbar speaking out for the first time, telling CNN that the man that they knew is completely different from the man who drove a pickup truck into a crowd, purposely killing 14, trying to kill countless more. His brother, just moments ago, telling CNN, quote, he was very well-tempered, slow to anger, kind, soft-spoken. That's why it was so unbelievable that he would be capable of something like this. Something screwed him up. He's not this type of person. Someone or something fogged his mind. His brother says that he never had any conversation with him about ISIS. Ed Lavandera is out front tonight in Houston, and that is where Jabbar lived.
Investigators continue trying to unravel the mystery of how 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar became a radicalized ISIS sympathizer. The Texas-born U.S. Army veteran served in Afghanistan and lived in Houston. Before he was killed in a shootout with police, the FBI says Jabbar had proclaimed his support for ISIS in a series of videos posted online.
There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are time-stamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends.
A childhood friend who had kept in touch with Jabbar on Facebook said he was called Sham in high school and had since become very religious.
Pretty much every conversation we had or post that he was making at that time, in some way, shape, or form, it all, resorted back to his Muslim faith.
An Army spokesperson says Jabbar served in the Army and Army Reserve for more than a decade, part of that time as an information technology specialist. Sean Keenan was a student journalist in 2015 when Jabbar attended Georgia State University. He interviewed Jabbar about the struggles of returning to civilian life after the military.
I remember a very calm, collected guy. Certainly no red flags. He did come across as a leader and a helper. And exactly what went wrong after that, remains mysterious to me.
This is the home in North Houston where Shamsuddin Jabbar lived. A neighbor tells us that he was here for just about a year and a half. The aftermath of how investigators knocked down the door and fence to access Jabbar's house was visible from the neighbor's yard. A neighbor tells us that he last saw Jabbar on New Year's Eve morning. He was out front loading up a white truck. Jabbar told him that he had found a new job in Louisiana and he was moving there.
The morning he was moving, I asked him if he needs hands for moving, help him out as a neighbor. Do you need any help for moving things around? He said, I'm okay.
Mumtaz Bashir lived next door to Jabbar, and he said they only spoke briefly on Tuesday morning while Jabbar was loading what he described as light items into a white pickup truck. He asked Jabbar about his new job.
He said the same thing what he was doing related to the same thing. I think what he mentioned me was it was in IT.
Bashir says he only saw the truck there one night and was stunned to learn Jabbar drove a white truck in the terror attack on New Year's Day.
We still don't believe it that's the person. We just, no way. Can't be like that.
And Aaron,
Boy
the
said,
FBI
"No,
has
I don't want to
released
be on the
several
news."
new pictures tonight of Jabbar, taken about an hour and 15 minutes before the attack there in the French Quarter. Jabbar is walking around. They're urging the public to look at those photos if they saw someone like him walking around the French Quarter to reach out to them. They also released a picture of a cooler that contained an IED device. Investigators want to hear from people who might have witnessed any of this. And really, you know, the staggering news tonight is the news from Jabbar's brother and father, who tell CNN that they never saw any indication that Jabbar had become radicalized in recent months or years, and that he had become an ISIS sympathizer. Aaron?
All right, Ed, thank you very much.
I want to get some more on these breaking stories right now. Joining us, the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for joining us. I know you have a lot going on. We really appreciate it. So this investigation and what happened in New Orleans is now in its second day. Where do things go from here? What do you still need to know?
Well, the FBI is leading the investigation, Wolf. As you know, of course, 14 innocent lives were lost in that tragic event, and our hearts break for the families and loved ones. And we pray for those who suffered injuries for their swift recovery. There's still a great deal of investigation underway. The FBI has, of course, captured videos, as the reporter indicated. We have located phones and laptops. Residences are being searched. There's a great deal of investigation still underway. The conclusion has been reached. This is an event that was inspired by a foreign terrorist ideology. This individual ascribed to the heinous beliefs of ISIS. With respect to the Las Vegas incident, no motive has yet to be determined. Both investigations are at an early stage.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. It's very interesting. You're the Secretary of Homeland Security. CNN has obtained a joint bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security warning of lone offender attacks coming up, specifically mentioning the potential use of vehicle ramming. That bulletin came out and was sent around the country to cities and states, warning of this potential danger. Did New Orleans screw up, basically, not pay attention to that warning?
I don't think that's fair to say.
Of course, he's supposed to say, I don't think that's fair. But if a warning was given that there may be cars trying to ram into crowds, isn't that supposed to be a precaution? There's supposed to be some sort of precaution taken when you have a lot of people, especially during the New Year's Eve. Because the people are not privy to information like that. People are just living their lives, paying bills, having a good time with their family. They're not privy to, there may be a car ramming into a crowd. No, but the law enforcement and the elected officials have those information. So for them to not put up heavy barricades and block up the whole street to make sure that if anything should happen, they could minimize the damage. Well, I think that's another incompetence. They're trying their best, obviously, but this is what I call incompetence.
That wouldn't be a fair conclusion to draw. That was not our first bulletin with respect to the threat of the lone offender. The perpetrator of the terrorist attack yesterday in New Orleans was an Army veteran, a U.S.-born citizen. We have spoken now for about 10 years about the phenomenon of an individual resident in the United States radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology or other ideologies. We're speaking of a veteran here. Local officials do the best they can in securing the well-being of their residents. We work very closely with our state and local partners.
The FBI says this New Orleans attacker was, quote, 100% inspired by ISIS. What can you say about how his connection to ISIS emerged?
Well, that is still a subject to investigation. That is one of the key elements of the investigation. The motive has been identified. Why precisely this individual radicalized an Army veteran, a United States citizen, why he radicalized to a foreign terrorist ideology is still the subject of review. Why there was encouragement by the FBI special agent to individuals who know Jabbar to communicate with the FBI whatever information they might have about that path to radicalization.
Very disturbing indeed. In Las Vegas, as you all know, Mr. Secretary, a decorated active duty Army Special Forces sergeant is believed to have caused that cyber truck to explode just in front of the Trump Hotel there. Are you confident this person acted alone? And what can you say about his motive?
Again, Wolf, we're at a preliminary stage of the investigation. A motive has not been identified. There is no evidence of any other individuals working in concert with the individual in the cyber truck, but we cannot rule that out. But there is no evidence of other conspirators.
As you know, you've suggested there's no evidence of linkage between Las Vegas and New Orleans, these two attacks. But there have been several very, very significant similarities that occurred during these two attacks, right?
Well, both individuals rented their respective vehicles from an app. Both individuals were U.S. citizens who have served in the military. But that doesn't necessarily draw a connection between the two events other than similarities of characteristics.
Are you 100% convinced that the individual in Las Vegas had no affiliation with a terrorist organization?
I don't think we know enough to draw any conclusion just yet. We're at a preliminary stage.
So all these similarities that you mentioned, and there are other similarities
there are others
as well, purely coincidental?
Wolf, we're going to refrain from drawing assessments and conclusions until we learn more evidence. We owe that. That's a responsibility of a careful and thorough investigation, and quite frankly, a responsibility we owe the public, not to be premature in our conclusions.
I don't know if you know this, but President-elect Trump is falsely linking the New Orleans attack to migrants following an erroneous Fox News report. How dangerous is the spread? Is it to spread this kind of
Now they're saying President Trump is falsely linking. Now is the problem. Now Trump is the problem, not anybody else. I see.
Information around the country by the President-elect of the United States?
Wolf, it is not a time now to stoke fear. It is a time to calm fear. It is a time to draw conclusions based on evidence.
Okay, now they're saying, God, you can never make this up. Now they're saying that this is not a time to fearmonger, right? This is not a time to say everybody be afraid. Remember when Trump was trying to calm people down in 2020? What did Biden say? Biden said the American people can handle the truth. The American people can handle the truth. In 2020, when Trump was saying, you know what, y'all, calm down. This ain't all that. Look, it's going to come and pass. And people were like, Trump isn't telling us the truth. Now they're saying, you know what? This is the time to calm people down. Oh, for real? Oh, I see.
Adduced in an investigation. This is not the time for politics. This is the time for national unity.
Oh,
this
for
is
real?
not a time to inflame individuals. It is a time to grieve for lives lost, to pray for those who are suffering. And
this is exactly what Trump was doing in 2020 when the Democrat Party, aka Joe Biden, said, the American people can handle the truth. So Trump is just saying the truth. He's been saying the truth all his life, basically. Okay, he spoke about China years ago, like 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Now we're still here saying the same story. He's spoken about the border for years now. And this man is doing exactly what Trump was doing in 2020 when all Democrats were like, he's lying to the American people. He's not telling the American people the truth. And the fact is, American people can handle the truth. Americans can handle the truth. So tell us the truth, Secretary Mayorkas.
To come together as a country.
We're grateful to you for coming in and sharing some thoughts with us. Very important stories indeed. Appreciate it, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Wolf.
Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Tonight, blaming the southern border for the New Orleans attack, President-elect Trump posting a series of inaccurate posts on social media, blasting America's, quote, open borders for the attack in which 14 people were killed. Just to emphasize, of course, the perpetrator was a U.S.-born citizen, served in the U.S. military. Trump first made the claims, though, 8 minutes after a Fox News report came out that was inaccurate. It stated that the perpetrator's truck crossed the southern border into Texas earlier this week. Fox has walked back that report. Trump, though, has not. And his incoming national security advisor today emphasized that the border has made America more vulnerable to attack.
Of course.
Where we've had over 300 people on the terrorist watch list traverse our border in the last years, number one. Number two, I'll remind everyone, just in the last year, we had 8 ISIS operatives rolled up, surveilling sites to hit in 3 different cities. A number of them from that cell are still unaccounted for, based out of Tajikistan.
And out front now, a very familiar face to so many of our viewers, Fran Townsend, former counterterrorism and U.S. Homeland Security advisor to President George W. Bush. Circumstances are unfortunate, but I am so glad to have you back, Fran. I know we all are. So obviously, the report in this case about any link to the border was inaccurate. But Mike Waltz is making a specific point separate from that. He's saying the southern border has made the U.S. more vulnerable to terrorism. How serious is that threat right now?
It's a very serious threat. And Aaron, it goes back to right after 9/11. President Bush was so worried about this that during the course of his presidency, he assigned National Guardsmen to go down there and sort of back up and assist Border Patrol. I mean, this has been an ongoing problem. The sheer numbers that we've seen during this presidency just present a vulnerability for people to get through.
Right. And of course, you know, he mentions the Tajikistan issue. All of those things are true. Again, not in this particular case, but it's raised the question. Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, has predicted law enforcement will ultimately find a connection. I had raised this at the beginning of the hour with Jim Himes between the Las Vegas attacker and the New Orleans attacker, because they both were at Fort Bragg. They both were in Afghanistan at the same time. They both were decorated military vets. Then small things like they both used a car. They both rented it from the same car rental company. All of these things. So far,
except no, the other guy in Las Vegas is not a military vet. He is an active duty guy. Okay, ma'am.
There's been no known link, though, no indication of a link. But here's what Tom Homan said.
This is a gut feeling. I've done this for 3.5 decades. I just think there's too many similarities, too much coincidence. I think something down the road they're going to show there's some sort of connection, whether it's this, they got this, you know, whether it's some same network or where they got the tools to pull these terrorist attacks off.
Do you think he's right?
Look, I think what we know so far is that there were 3 phones and 2 computers for the attacker in New Orleans.
Yeah.
The FBI hasn't gone through all that material, and so we'll know the answer to what his assertion is when they get through all that. They don't believe yet that there is a connection, and I think that's right. Look, what we know about the Las Vegas event is that was a former Army Ranger who was suffering from post-traumatic stress.
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you about that. He was, you know, Special Forces, decorated, multiple, awards, medals. That's in the Las Vegas case. In New Orleans, we hear about a man that everyone's uniformly saying, well, he had a great job up until recently. He had become more religious, but was calm and kind. And you're hearing all these things that obviously are not what actually happened. So you're talking about post-traumatic stress disorder. You think that that could be something that actually does connect the two?
I think that these are parallel. If they're connected, we're going to find out from the electronic devices. But at the moment, what we know is both served. The guy in New Orleans complained about Veterans Affairs and getting sort of support through the VA. We know from the FBI that the guy in Las Vegas was suffering from post-traumatic stress, and they believe it was a suicide. And I think there's just, look, it doesn't excuse the tragedy in New Orleans, but we have to understand the rate of military suicides is skyrocketing. There's a huge amount of post-traumatic stress, and it's...
Okay, so it is PTSD, but this guy, he knew to get a Tesla and to get that Tesla to the front of a Trump tower. But it's PTSD. Okay, I see. The guy in New Orleans, it's PTSD as well, but he knew to ram his truck and take various people's innocent life who were just celebrating the new year, but it's PTSD. And he had IEDs and I had ISIS flag in his truck. The New Orleans guy, but this people right here are saying it is PTSD. Awesome. I see. Great. Absolutely awesome.
Particularly hard in the special units, the special forces units, to ask for help. I do think that we have to pay more attention to that. It's not the cause, but it's an underlying cause. And I think that if we'd spend more time and attention serving our veterans, we might be able to prevent some of this.
It does this all.
Of course, the United States should treat the veterans with more love, support, care. 100%, because you have homeless veterans. That's not even allowed. Okay, that should be an abomination. Okay, there should be a law saying any homeless veteran, there should be housed, protected, and cared for. There should be no homeless veteran on American soil. This is what it should be. So I support that fact. However, blaming this on PTSD, I do not support.
Just hours after the deadly New Year's Eve truck attack in New Orleans, when confirmed information was scarce, President-elect Trump was quick to suggest falsely that the suspect was an immigrant.
And this is the thing, right? Now, the news has changed from that to this. Trump is the bad guy. Always. Every time, Trump is always the bad guy. It's never like, you know what? Trump isn't even a conversation right now. Let's go and talk about what is going on. No, they want to focus on Trump and say Trump has lied again. Trump, he's done it again. He's the problem, everybody. Focus on Trump. Bunch of shit.
As some early reporting on the attack said, the driver crossed the border from Mexico. Trump wrote on Truth Social, "When I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true." Well, law enforcement officials have since identified the driver as a U.S.-born citizen and Army veteran from Texas. My source on this and more is Maggie Haberman, CNN political analyst and senior political correspondent for the New York Times. Hi, Maggie. Good to see you. So, look, despite the confirmation that the suspect was born in the U.S., Trump is doubling down on his message, saying that Biden's open border policy has led to a violent erosion of safety, national security, and democracy. Now, of course, there are national security concerns about the border, but that doesn't have anything to do with this case in New Orleans. What's behind this?
Well, what's behind it, Pam, is that Trump has a pretty firm anti-immigrant box in which he fits most things, and this is no exception. They're tripling down. His communications director, Stephen Chung, sent me a statement tying, what this incident to, loosely tying this incident to examples where immigrants have crossed the border who had ISIS ties. They were relatively small in number compared to the number of border crossings there are daily, but you're going to, I suspect, see President-elect Trump continue to push this because he has said, and he said it in a speech in Arizona a couple of weeks ago, that on day one he is going to seal the border. And I think you are going to see him use this as a reason why, even though, you know, you don't need to be in touch with people who have come across the border to become radicalized. And there's so much we don't know about why this suspect in the New Orleans incident developed these views. People can develop these online, as we know. And so, you know, again, I'm not surprised that Donald Trump is doing this, but this is what he's doing.
Right, it is what he's doing, and you just have to wonder what he would have said had it happened on his watch, right? As he is very close to taking office for a second term. In the wake of this attack, Republicans are pushing for quick confirmation of Trump's national security nominee, sort of using this to push for that. Where do things stand on that front, Maggie?
I mean, that's an important point here, too, Pam. That's not a surprise that is, you know, where their focus is. There are some nominees who are controversial, not all of them, but some of them certainly are, and they want to move as quickly as they can through these hearings and apply as much pressure as they can on senators who are weighing decisions. The Trump team is feeling good, they say, about most of the nominees, but not all of them. You know, there are two in particular who are facing questions from some senators. One is Tulsi Gabbard, one is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. obviously has nothing, or not actually, not nothing. He does have some to do with the border, but he is not really a national security figure. Kash Patel, the FBI director, is somebody who Trump is very focused on. Trump's team is feeling pretty good about that one, but they are digging in as hard as they can, knowing that there are uncertainties that come up in hearings. So we'll see what it looks like.
What about Pete Hegseth? Do they feel like they know the full universe of what could come out with him?
They are hopeful that they know the full universe, you know, and they want to wait and see what happens at the hearings, but they insist that they believe that he will get through, and they have been pretty consistent on that.
Yeah, I just wonder, because they were initially caught off guard with the sexual assault allegation in California. So I wonder if they feel like they have their arms around what could come out and what could be a bruising hearing for him and potentially others. We'll have to wait and see. As we know, Trump has endorsed Mike Johnson to stay on as House Speaker. Any feeling in Trump world about how this is going to go? I know Trump's been making some calls to some of the holdouts.
Look, they know that, you know, that there is extremely little room for error here in terms of getting Mike Johnson over the line. They have an incredibly narrow margin in the House, and Trump helped erode Johnson's standing a couple of weeks ago by, you know, helping sink this bipartisan budget agreement that Johnson had worked out with House Democrats. They claim that they think that they can get him over the line. I do think that's likelier than not. But these speaker votes, as you know, can get dicey. So we'll see.
We just had a Republican lawmaker on.
They better just confirm Mike Johnson, because they can't keep doing this. Republican Party cannot keep doing this division and stuff. If the Democrat is trying to divide, let them do what they do. But the Republican Party has to stick together and figure this SHIT out. All right, more information on the Las Vegas situation.
Officials in Vegas talking now about the Cybertruck attack there at the Trump Hotel. Let's listen in.
As many of you went to sleep last night, and I just want to give you an update on a lot of what it is that we found through the processing of the Cybertruck. This is a joint investigation involving the FBI, the ATF, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and these folks worked through the night and found a lot of stuff that is very useful for this investigation. As you look at this Cybertruck here, we had to transport this down to our fleet services so that we could really get through this thing. And I remind you that the subject inside wasn't able to be removed for a very long period of time because he was burnt beyond recognition. And so as we continue to move through this, I'm going to talk a little bit about his identity and what we believe, but I would like to highlight a couple of things that the teams found inside of the Cybertruck that are useful to the investigation. And that, first and foremost, is a military identification. We also found a passport. We found a Desert Eagle 50 caliber semi-automatic pistol. And if you'll notice on a lot of these guns that we're going to talk about here, they're almost just burnt beyond recognition as well. There's a SLR model B30 semi-automatic firearm, number of fireworks that were still in the vehicle that had to be removed. Notably, we found an iPhone and a smartwatch, and then several credit cards were also in the name of our subject. Our subject is 37-year-old Matthew Livelsberger. He's of Colorado Springs, Colorado, born July 22nd of 1987. Now, as you'll see here on a picture of his driver's license, let's see, the question really still remains for me, and I know that there's a lot of you folks in the media that are identifying this person as the person in our vehicle. As I mentioned to you already, his body is burnt beyond recognition, and I do still not have confirmation 100% that that is the individual that was inside of our vehicle. And so as I'm calling it now, the subject or person of interest, I will not come back until I have the confirmation through DNA or medical records that this is indeed, in fact, the subject inside of the vehicle. Now, further complicating this identification of this individual, we also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle. One of the handguns was found at his feet inside of the vehicle. Obviously, in how we're trying to identify him, and I'm feeling comfortable to give you this information, is a tremendous amount of substantial evidence to include he rented the Turo vehicle. There are 2 tattoos, one of which was on the stomach and one of which is on the arm, that we can see bits and pieces of it as in comparison to what it is that we now know he had on his body. That has given us a lot of confidence that this is, in fact, the same person, as well as the clearly obvious, which is the credit cards, the military identification, the passport. And then furthermore, as you'll see here in just a very short period of time, we tracked his movements from Colorado to Las Vegas, and in a number of the photographs that we were able to determine, he was the individual that was driving the vehicle. And also, I'd like to iterate this point to you. We still have only ever seen him in this vehicle, and we're not aware of any other subjects involved in this particular case. Now, I would like to acknowledge a couple of things because I know what's going on in the social media world, and there are a number of things in this case that are similar to the attack in New Orleans. We do know that our subject here served in the military. In fact, he's a current member of the military. Both of the subjects served at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. What we do know about that is it's a very large military base, and we have no record that they served in the same unit or even at the same years at Fort Bragg, something that continues to remain under investigation. I also know that they both served in Afghanistan in 2009. We don't have any evidence that they were in the same province in Afghanistan, the same location, or the same unit. Again, something else that remains under investigation. And we also know, of course, that they both used the rental company Turo to rent their vehicles. As far as his military background, it's been confirmed by DOD that he was indeed in the United States Army. He was also a Green Beret operations sergeant who spent most of his time at Fort Carson, Colorado, and in Germany. He was on approved leave from Germany, where he was serving with the 10th Special Forces Group. He was also previously in the National Guard and the Army Reserve. I'd like to point out to you that through exceptional joint investigative effort, we've gotten to a place where we believe we can show you his route to Las Vegas from Colorado, and Carlos will put up the map there for you. And we know that he rented the Cybertruck in Denver on December 28th. We tracked his movements through the Tesla charging stations to Monument, Colorado on December 30th. On the 31st of December, the truck was charged in Trinidad, Colorado, Las Vegas, New Mexico, and Albuquerque and Gallup, New Mexico. On January 1st, the truck was charged in Holbrook, Flagstaff, and Kingman, Arizona. We last tracked the truck in Kingman at 05:33 yesterday morning. The truck was first spotted in Las Vegas at 7:29 a.m. yesterday. And Carlos will pull up a picture of the truck pulling onto Fashion Show Drive here. And that picture was observed at about 7:34 a.m. We know that he pulled into the Trump Valet, and I believe we have a video of that. You can see the Cybertruck highlighted there. So through extensive surveillance video, we were able to track him leaving there, and we know that he went to several different places along Las Vegas Boulevard, and he spent some time in a parking lot of a business near Flamingo and Las Vegas Boulevard. We didn't have a video of the truck pulling back onto Las Vegas Boulevard from the Sands. See that there? That's north on the boulevard from Sands at 8:39, where he then immediately heads to the Trump Hotel, pulls into the valet area, and as of course you all know, the explosion occurs within 17 seconds of his arrival at the valet. There's some additional investigative updates that are going to be provided to you by a couple of the other speakers here, the first of which will be our special agent in charge of the FBI local office, Spencer Evans. Spencer?
Good morning. My name is Spencer Evans. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Las Vegas division. As the sheriff mentioned, we've been working through the night with our partners, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and other agencies, to gather all the facts and determine a motive to what was initially reported to the FBI as a bombing incident, to which our special agent bomb techs and others responded. Obviously, we're always concerned in these sorts of events to ascertain what the motive is. We understand that's everybody's at the forefront of everyone's thoughts. And so looking into exactly what the motivation is remains our number one priority. This is why the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force has been brought into play. The Joint Terrorism Task Force, most important part of that acronym is joint. It is done in concert with our partners, which are comprised of more than a dozen investigative agencies here throughout the state of Nevada. We've been working hand in glove, side by side, tirelessly to determine, is there any ongoing threat to the public, to identify the subject, to determine any potential connection to other events going on in the world, most notably in New Orleans, and then obviously to determine if there's anything else that we need to be tracking down. At this time, as the sheriff's pointed out, we feel that the subject has been identified, although not conclusively, waiting for DNA evidence on that front. However, we do feel like we have the subject identified, and at this time there is no information about additional subjects that the FBI is tracking on. Our resources, as I mentioned, that have been deployed in support of this event include Special Agent Bomb Techs, our evidence response team, which is processing crime scenes, side by side with the forensics folks from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, our investigators, our intelligence analysts, and then outside of the FBI Las Vegas field office, we have investigative leads that are being conducted by FBI field offices, both internationally and domestically as well. As always, when the FBI is involved with any sort of case like this, we ask for help for the public. Anyone with information related to this incident, we encourage you to please call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can submit a tip online at tips.fbi.gov. We've already received thousands of tips related to this incident. The challenge that we face moving forward is to separate those that are pertinent and relevant and those that can be verified from those that have not. For example, one of the tips that we received just today relates to information alluding to this subject's personal experiences related to his time and activity in the military. Again, that's unverified and uncorroborated, but one of many tips and leads that we will be following up in the days that come.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. More information on the Tesla explosion. But this is live.
The tower clearly knew there was a problem.
Okay, well.
Cell phone video shows the aftermath. A plume of smoke fills the sky.
and firefighters raced.
This was the plane crash. Said plane slams into furniture factory in California. We already saw this.
To put out flames. Police scrambled to clear out buildings, and paramedics treat the injured. While those who evacuated wonder about their friends.
When the plane crashed, it was like right below him. Like all the fuel came down.
Also troubling, these workers have seen plane crashes here before. Just this past November, a small plane was forced to land across the street, hitting a hydrant and a tree, leaving many here asking how it could happen again.
So we'll obviously be looking at the wreckage tomorrow on scene within the factory, documenting as much as we possibly can. We'll be walking around trying to get video camera footage, talking to witnesses.
And of course, it's not just New Orleans, it's not just Cybertruck in Las Vegas. It's plane ramming into a warehouse in California as well. But Mike Johnson needs to get the Speaker of the House seat today. Check this out.
This kind of snuck up on us with everything going on. Tomorrow, there could be a speaker fight. And despite what he is saying there, by our count, there are about 14 lawmakers who want commitments from him or undecided. The magic number for him is 2. That's how much he can lose. And one of those 2, one of those 14, I should say, is a hell no. Okay, so this is not looking great at the moment.
Well, and anyone who's worked with Congressman Thomas Massey knows that when he makes up his mind about something, it doesn't change. It never does. So, like, he is a hard no. That's, the facts here. But there really is, I believe, a path forward for Speaker Johnson. He's relatively young when it comes to being a speaker. He's learned a lot. I think he's probably learned a great deal after that last spending fight. And the real person I have my eye on right now is Chip Roy. Congressman Chip Roy from Texas, he understands Washington very well. Before he was in Congress, he was actually Senator Ted Cruz's chief of staff. And he's kind of the key here. So if I'm Speaker Johnson, I'm sitting down with him. I'm like, I want you on my team. How do we make this work? Because I think he's going to bring a lot of those other guys in.
The rumor is that some of the hardliners want Chip Roy, maybe Rules Committee chair, something like that. Sure, but then you have the rest of the Republican conference to deal with. Do you think that Mike Johnson is being optimistic here? I mean, it might be the case that inevitably it is Mike Johnson, but it could be painful getting there.
I think it's going to be incredibly painful. And I think it's just the beginning of a very painful 2 years for whoever is going to be Speaker on the Republican side. This is just going to be the first vote in which their margin is tiny. And every single member of Congress, every single member of that Republican caucus is going to be able to play whatever leverage they want. They're going to be able to ruin Mike Johnson's day any day they want. So even if he ends up being Speaker, which is not a job I would wish on my worst enemy in this particular Congress, it's not going to be a good time.
I agree
you know
with
these
that.
guys.
Yeah, I know these guys. The next 2 years are going to be chaotic. But Abby, I'll be the contrarian. I don't think there's going to be a story tomorrow. I think Johnson, I think it goes like this, there's no drama, there's no fight. Mike Johnson's best friend is the calendar. The House cannot conduct any business without a speaker. January 6th, Donald Trump's election has to be.
That's like 3 days, though.
Yeah.
You remember the last time around, they did it for 4. So there's a lot of time for
Got to be
shenanigans.
certified. Trump doesn't want any chaos this month.
Can I just ask you, Congressman, if I can, if you know, how involved will Trump be in something like this? Will he be working the phones behind the scene to make sure?
He said that he will.
And by all indications, he's hugely involved.
Do you guys remember? I mean, I think we have the picture. This is, I'll call it iconic. Marjorie Taylor Greene holding up the phone. Literally shoving a cell phone in the face. It says DT, that stands for Donald Trump. And even still, with Trump on literally on the phone, it didn't stop a rebellion from happening. I'm not trying to say that there will certainly be one, but this has just been an unpredictable group. And there are some people here who want to make a point. They want to make a point.
It's interesting that you don't think that there is going to be an issue. I am assuming that a lot of people at this table, not that we all agree that there will be. You're saying that even though he even has Donald Trump's endorsement, it doesn't seem like it's going to be an easy walk for him. I'm curious as to why you think time is on his side, as you said earlier.
Because Donald Trump wants his victory certified on January 6th, and he doesn't want anything to get in the way of that. And the House can't certify an election if they don't have a speaker. They can't do anything.
I understand that, but they have people who are definitely against Speaker Johnson. So how do you assume that you think that Trump has enough influence to make sure that we get it done?
I think there's a lot of posturing. I think Massey will vote against Johnson, maybe one others.
Well, it can't be one other.
Right?
I mean, if there are two, he loses, and there will be another ballot.
Then it'll just be Massey.
Just now, the great Manu Raju on Capitol Hill is reporting that Mike Johnson is trying to push back on the idea that there will be all these side deals. A source in the leadership office says he is not inclined to negotiate or make backroom side deals, which, again, I have to take people back to the McCarthy fight. Literally days spent trying to make backroom deals, most of which failed. And some of which, honestly, were doomed to fail from the beginning, but some people just wanted to turn the screws.
I just don't think that that's believable, that there's not going to be side deals. If you take it all the way back to like the New York City Council, which I'm much more familiar with, when they have a speaker fight there.
That's the way things work.
Right? They have a speaker fight there. It's like, okay, you vote for me and I'll make you the head of the budget committee. You vote for me, I'll make you head of public safety. And, you know, I know you guys need that big park in there, and so we'll make sure that comes in the budget. That'll all kinds of stuff. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast.
But if I'm Speaker Johnson, I look at this, I go, okay, do I want the folks in the House Freedom Caucus on the outside pushing him, or do I want to bring them in? And there has been some precedent for that. Like McCarthy worked with Jim Jordan, whereas previous speakers had just kind of tried to sideline him. I see a world where Speaker Johnson and Congressman Roy get together, they get in the room like, all right, we're going to figure this out.
Look, they don't have another option.
Yeah, that's it. That's basically.
They don't have anywhere to go. But again, are they going to do it in time? I mean, it's noon tomorrow.
I think that's what I don't. I think you're right. They don't have another option, but whether they get it done tomorrow is the whole.
Well, they're probably doing it right now. Like literally,
they're making a call.
That's the facts. The Republican Party got to get together, okay? Because, or else you're just gonna have this Democrats laughing at you that you have the majority, yet you cannot come together and make a deal happen. Okay, this has to stop if they want Trump to actually be effective or be as effective as he can be. And just moving forward, man, they have to do a better job.
They're making all the calls right now.
There are some members, Joe, who are talking about a third way. What could they possibly be referring to? I mean, it's either Mike Johnson or chaos is how I see it.
Or it's a speaker who's not a member of the House.
Do you think that's what they're referring to when they talk about something like that?
I think that's what they're referring to.
So Elon Musk, is that what we're talking about?
Vivek Ramaswamy. I mean,
here we go.
It's something like that, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they do love flirting with those ideas.
Yes.
It's so unrealistic.
Just to terrorize us, I think, and then just decide they change their minds at the last
It's
minute.
fun for Twitter. It gives us something to talk about.
They just want to put it out here to
doesn't
scare us to death and to say never mind.
I mean, if Vivek becomes the Speaker of the House, obviously Elon Musk, I mean, he doesn't have time to do it. But if Vivek becomes the Speaker of the House, it's going to be something, for sure. It's all about Mike Johnson, y'all. It's all about Mike
House
Johnson.
Speaker Mike Johnson facing a crucial election today with the first round of voting that is set to begin around 1 p.m. Eastern as he scrambles to shore up last-minute support from his Republican colleagues.
Alexandria Hoff in Washington with more. Big day, Alex.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, good morning to you. Speaker Johnson has said that he has spoken with every Republican who is not.
I mean, why would he be scrambling to get support from his people? This is what I do not understand about the Republican Party. How can you have a Speaker of the House trying to beg you guys to vote for him just because what? You want something he doesn't want to give you? So you want to jeopardize growth? You want to jeopardize potential next 4 years greatness for little things like roads?
not yet committed to supporting him today, and he is hopeful that he will be reelected in the first round of voting.
People are talking through process changes they want and those kinds of things, and I'm open to that, and I think tomorrow's going to go well.
Better go well.
Now, Johnson can only lose one vote before the election is extended. Lawmakers as a whole do not want a repeat of 2 years ago when it took 15 rounds to elect Speaker McCarthy. Failing to re-elect Johnson quickly would paralyze the House, rendering it unable to certify the election results on the 6th. Now, there is no question that President-elect Trump won, but now the question is how far his influence and his endorsement of Johnson will go for the handful of hardline Republicans who feel Johnson was weakened in the budget battle last month.
What we want to see happen as we begin 119th Congress is not what happened in the last 2 years of the 118th. He's got to make the case, and hopefully Mike will.
I will make a decision tomorrow, but we had a good meeting with the Speaker, discuss some things. I think in a lot of things we agree.
I'm absolutely positively voting for Speaker Mike Johnson. He's done a good job under the circumstances.
I'm voting for Mike Johnson. I agree with Ronnie Jackson. Look, I think this thing's going to be wrapped up pretty quickly.
Now, the Republicans on Speaker Johnson's side don't want him making any deals or concessions with detractors because that did not work out very well for McCarthy. Ashley, Todd.
Alexandria Hoff, thank you. Let's bring in Montana Congressman Ryan Zinke, and let's pick up, Congressman, where Alex left off. There are likely some last-minute deals, some horse trading that some of the potential holdouts are trying to negotiate with Mike Johnson to get some concessions. What last-minute concessions are you hearing, your ear to the ground there with your fellow colleagues, that they're trying to get from Johnson to secure their vote?
Well, mostly fiscal discipline. I think the big argument was we went through and it had a 1,500-page bill. Of course, you looked at it and a lot of giveaways in that. So he took some harsh criticism. This is not my first rodeo. I've watched, the speaker battle from Boehner. We had bigger numbers, of course. But, everyone voted in unison and that unanimous prior to getting on the floor. And then on the floor, all of a sudden, different votes came up. Same thing happened with McCarthy, 15 rounds. But I suspect with Mike, what's different is Donald J. Trump.
Exactly.
Most of the Congress, at least on the Republican side, was endorsed by Trump, and they believe in the Trump agenda. So not having a speaker in place only loses time, and it actually works against the Trump agenda. So, you look at back and forth and negotiating. At the end of the day, what you're negotiating against, really, if you don't vote for Johnson, is the Trump agenda, which most Republicans were elected to make sure that agenda, promise made, should be a promise kept.
You're viewing this through a positive lens, promoting the Trump agenda, and I totally agree that should be top of mind, but there's also the realities of politics. Do you think at the end of the day, Mike Johnson caves to these members that are currently potential holdouts, or do those members that are potential holdouts cave because Donald Trump's done a little bit of arm twisting, and I'm sure mentioning some potential primarying of those members was brought up a time or two?
Well, it's interesting on caving. On fiscal discipline, I don't think it's a cave. I think it's a necessity. We should go back to the Constitution about how it's formed and how we fund on the House side. Funding bills are supposed to start in the House. We're supposed to do regular appropriations. We're supposed to follow Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution. And we have not. There's 36 trillion reasons why that we need to get back to fiscal discipline. So I understand the point. But again, what is the outcome? The outcome is the only way you can achieve that is to have a Speaker of the House. The only way we can achieve going forward is have a Speaker that works with the President. While we're a second branch, there's no doubt that President Trump is enormously influential in what happens in Congress, and I'm an optimist. I think at the end of the day, we will elect a Speaker. That Speaker will be Mike Johnson, and we'll get on with the business of doing what we're supposed to be doing in Congress, was getting things done.
We will see if the end of the day means actually the end of the day today, Friday. We will see. Meantime, I want to get your thoughts on this. House Republicans want the Senate to confirm Trump's national security team as soon as possible after, of course, the New Year's Day attack. Incoming Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who's going to lead the confirmations, writes the threat posed by ISIS will outlast this administration, and this is a clear example of why the Senate must get President Trump's national security team in place as quickly as possible. Congressman, do you expect the New Orleans attack to force Democrats to reconsider their potential opposition to Trump's national security nominees in order to get them in place as soon as possible and protect our nation?
Well, I think the Department of Defense is probably job one. And look, Pete Hegseth, I've heard criticism he's young. Well, McNamara was young. Donald Rumsfeld was young. Then he didn't have any experience. Well, Perry did not have military experience. Les Aspin did not have military experience. Obama had an accountant as Department of Defense. So what I like about Pete Hegseth is, you know what? The deck plates like him. The soldiers in the field, because he's one of them. And look, we fight with our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. We fight with people. And with Pete Hegseth, he's one of them and well-liked, as he should be. So I'm thinking that we'll get through at least 4 or 5 on day one, as we should. Remember, you look at the team that Biden has. I mean, there's no comparison with the quality of candidates, the quality of the nominees, the quality of the people, the experience. There's no comparison. So once again, politics, let's just get on to their business of serving the American people.
Yeah, without a doubt, Pete is a player's coach. And to those who say he doesn't have experience, I mean, he's not making up those pictures that are online. He's not making up the conversations that I've had with him ad nauseum over the course of the last 7 years. He has significant experience. And so I think it would behoove our America to get him and all the other nominees put through as quickly as.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Never forget, instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in God. Okay? All right. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have memberships. If you want to join the membership of this channel, it is $4.99. If you like what we do here, you like the community, you like the chat, you like to be a part of it, and get ready for exclusive content. And yes, join the membership to have that on your name on the channel and to be a part of the channel. God bless the United States. God bless every one of you guys. And yes, we have the link here to join the membership. It is right here. It is $4.99. Shout out to Luke. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to the Ringmaster. Shout out to Sandra. Shout out to our members. God bless you guys. And yes, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. It is your boy Genesis. Don't forget, God loves you. Keep going. Keep your momentum. Never, ever, ever, ever give up. And the world is yours. God bless everybody. God bless everybody. God bless you guys. All right. It is your boy Genesis. I am signing out. I am signing out. I will be back here. It is currently 6:48 a.m. And today's date is the 3rd of January 2025. I will be back here. I will be back here probably by 8 a.m. or maybe because I want to do it maybe like 1 hour early this morning before I start doing other stuff because I got to take my daughter out today. She's been saying we went out like 2 days ago to the games and she wants to go again today. So yeah, I want to enjoy my time with my daughter. So ladies and gentlemen, take care of your kids, take care of your family, and God bless you. I love you guys. I'm signing out.